Nitin Dharmadhikari, Chief Operating Officer, SPARC India. Ms. Sandhya Sripati, Novartis Biomedical Research Head, India, along with Dr. Anil Kaul, VPN Health, Global Public Health Discovery, J&J, Belgium. Before we begin the discussion, we're excited to unveil the POV by Deloitte titled 2025 Global Life Sciences and Healthcare Outlook. And to do the honors, I may invite on stage Mr. Todd Konsman, Global Life Sciences Sector Leader from Deloitte. Can we have Mr. Todd please joining us on stage? He's right here. Let us do the honors of unveiling the POV by Deloitte titled 2025 Global Life Sciences and Healthcare Outlook. Where is Team Deloitte? Better. If Mr. Todd would want to speak a few words on it, yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are absolutely delighted to be here with you today and to unveil our 2025 Life Sciences Outlook. The Outlook was developed by having conversations and working with many of the leaders in this room and have spoken today, as well as across the industry, over 160 individuals. While many themes were brought up, and we hope and encourage you to read the paper, today's panel is going to be focused on a component that continued to come up around access and pricing and the implication of these issues on our industry to generating growth and revenue, and looking forward how technologies such as generative AI, such as IoT, Lab of the Future, and others are going to be instrumental in changing research and development, supply chain, and other functions across our industry to make the world a better place and to help health across the world. So with that, we encourage you to have a wonderful panel. So thank you.
Thank you, Todd. I appreciate the opening remarks, and it's great to be here with all of you, and an honor to be moderating this panel of our esteemed guests here. As Todd mentioned, our panel today will really focus around innovation, and innovation focus on research and development. I think the keynote from Robert Bradway this morning was an interesting setup for this, as he talked about the hinge moment of the confluence of technology and how technology is changing life sciences broadly, but specifically research and development. So we'll delve deeper into some of those innovations, the use of emerging technologies with the guests that we have today. Before we get started, I'd love each of you to just briefly introduce yourself. So Nitin?
So, my name is Nitin Dharmadhikari. I work as a COO of a SPARC, what is Sun Pharma Advanced Research Company. We do drug discovery, actually. We are the first company which was listed in the Indian stock market as a research company.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sandhya Sripati, and I'm the head of biomedical research here in India. As you have heard from my colleague Sadhna today, Novartis has made a huge commitment to India, and we're about 8,500 people strong, and we are happy to report to you that we no longer see ourselves as a GCC, but we see ourselves as a company, as a site, as another site, Novartis site in India, and we are here to innovate, not just be a GCC.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name's Christian Jones, and I'm the Chief Commercial Officer for Nanoform Finland. I'm a chemist by training, and I lead the commercial activities for our public listed company on NASDAQ, Helsinki, and Stockholm. We are a drug delivery company using proprietary technology to create nanoparticles of both small and large molecules to create novel formulations to create better medicines for patients. And I'm delighted to be here to discuss how we believe innovations should be fostered for the benefit of patients.
Thank you. Boris?
Yeah, my name is Boris Stoffel. I'm the CEO of Miltony Biotech, a German-based private health company near Cologne. Miltony Biotech, 35 years in the game of cells, I would call this. We consider ourselves as the #1 company if it comes to providing solutions for autologous cell and gene therapy. And this is what we are trying also to discuss here in India, because with the 1.5 billion people, 100,000 in need, the question is it possible to deliver these life-saving therapies in a broader sense to the market? And yes, we do believe that is possible.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Anil Kaul, and I'm a scientist by training. I'm ex-CSIR, Government of India, and I'm currently J&J. And my research as a scientist has always been focused on delivering solutions for diseases, what we call neglected diseases. And that's where I spent the last 20-25 years of my life trying to discover new drugs, molecules. And one of the drugs which me and my team have discovered is bedaquiline, which is a drug for the treatment of multi-drug resistant tuberculosis, and is available in more than 170 countries across the globe, and part of WHO's list of essential medication.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shekhar Mande. I am a computational biologist by training, and currently I am professor of bioinformatics at the Savitribai Phule Pune University, formerly University of Pune. And in my previous avatar, I was the Director General of Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, one of the largest chain of laboratories across the country.
Thank you. Thank you all. So all of us who are focused on the life sciences industry recognize the rapid transformation that the industry is undergoing, particularly in the area of research and development. What I'd love to hear from each of you is, what is the groundbreaking innovation in the past year that's been most exciting to you, in how it's changed the focus area for you and your organizations? Shekhar, maybe we'll start with you.
Well, what I believe is that we are passing through a very, very exciting time at this moment. We are seeing progress on multiple different fronts. Everyone is aware of what artificial intelligence is doing. We have seen the impact of DeepSeek on the world. What we believed would require large power and multiple processors may not really be as large as what we might have believed it would be. In the life sciences, the revolution that CRISPR-Cas has unleashed is absolutely unbelievable. And we are going to see multiple innovations in this particular front in gene editing and other things using these particular technologies. So I believe the current time is like no other time in the past, where we are seeing multiple developments on multiple different fronts in different areas and so on and so forth.
Excellent.
Yeah, from my perspective, if I look at it, of course, in terms of, let me talk about drug discovery. So in discovery, I think one of the game changers, those of you are chemists here will understand it, is called what we call generative chemistry. So I'm very excited about it because I feel that this technology or this AI-driven chemistry will drive the future drug discovery. And why I feel excited? Because that in this platform, what you need or don't need is no data sets. So for any target, for any protein, anybody who has this algorithm may be able to generate or design the next in silico molecules. And we have recently published a paper in Nature where we try to discover molecules for COVID, for pandemic preparedness, using some of these tools. So very, very exciting. I think, as Mr. Kant said, that this gives us an opportunity to leverage and be at the right playing field for discovering drugs for India and for low and middle income countries.
Great, thanks Anil. Boris, what is the most groundbreaking?
Yeah, I mean, as you can imagine, when we are talking as Military Biotech about cell and gene therapies, maybe just the beginning. It's a very young discipline, but I'm delighted that I have two colleagues here on the stage where at least these companies with Novartis and Kymriah starting this about 8 years ago, and maybe one of the best cell products in the world with Carvykti in J&J for multiple myeloma. It has shown and proven that these therapeutical options are life-saving. The question is, of course, how do you bring this to the globe? Colleagues are smiling. They know about the challenges with the supply and the manufacturing and delivering of these products, because when we are talking about autologous cell and gene therapy, obviously, this is a patient individualized therapy where you collect a leukapheresis from a patient and you need to manufacture and process these cells, manipulate them, make them smarter, and redeliver it. These are long processes, different logistics than what classically pharma was used to. And so the question for me is really, and this is something we are discussing because Milton is involved in all these therapeutics, how can that happen in the rest of the world? And our deepest belief, in one word, is that maybe you need to bring these options closer to the patients. And you know that in the world there are discussions about point of care and in hospital solutions, whether this from a more pharmaceutical standpoint is realistic. I think if you have a platform like ours where this is a complete and closed system, it can be done and it should be done. Obviously, this is a paradigm shift. Maybe colleagues to the left and right, they would not like that so much, but also some openness maybe is needed, because if you go back just on the diagnostic side, I mean, in the days when there were no automation, everything was done manual with all the circumstances to overcome. It was also not thought that one day, you have this fully automated and everywhere in the world, and we are measuring more or less the same endpoints. So why on earth it should not be possible to provide the same cell product with the same safety and quality in a more decentralized manner, closer to the patient? And this is something, there are many regions in the world where countries, physicians, thought leaders, regulators, politicians are interested and at least to exploit this. And since we all know that this is just on the beginning, I think we should be so open to discuss these things better. This is a combination of what was said before. A lot of these more genetic technologies will be bound more and more into these therapies. So it is really just in the beginning. And my pledge is also here in India that in high-tech centers, a lot of researchers, whether they are immunologists, oncologists, or from other disciplines, we should pay more attention to it. Because it started in oncology. We know now the potential in autoimmune diseases. There are already first trials in Parkinson, in epilepsy. So I think the broadness of possibilities is big. But we have to overcome all the technical issues, how you supply this safer and better to patients.
Excellent. Thanks, Boris.
Yeah.
Christian, from your perspective, most groundbreaking innovation?
So, from my perspective, there's so much invention that takes place right across the pharma industry, but for something to be an innovation, it needs to be an invention that's actually commercialized. And when I think about the greatest commercialization successes last year, we can't not mention GLP-1s. I think this is a really interesting area. It's a hot topic. It's a buzzword for pharma. It's a buzzword for investors, and it's also a buzzword for patients. You know, there is such a huge demand that this has now created in the global population that as an industry, we now need to serve a patient population of over 1 billion patients, and this is only going to grow. But the challenge exists with an innovation like this is trying to treat all of those patients, trying to deliver the medicine in the right way to those patients. And many of those will be needle phobic. Many of those will have issues and tolerability issues with certain medications. And once a patient goes onto some of these medicines, they may never come off them. And we have to think about this type of innovation from a supply chain perspective. How are we going to deliver this type of innovation sustainably in a cost-effective way for the industry and for the patient population? But we need to also consider how are we going to innovate within this innovation? How are we going to deliver these medicines in the best possible way for patients, to make them more convenient, to make them less intrusive? And that's something that Nanoform are doing. We're looking at creating novel nanoformulations of peptides, monoclonal antibodies, and other such molecules to increase drug loads in the formulations, to mean that, for example, you can have long-acting formulations of these drugs. You could potentially open up oral bioavailability increases for some of these drugs. And I think that's the responsibility of all of us in this room, is to really try to take innovation to the patient, but to try to create best-in-class medicines for patients. Because all too often, it's a race to get a product on the market. And we forget sometimes that good enough actually shouldn't be just good enough. It should be best in class. And I think it's all our responsibility to adopt innovation to ensure that we deliver best in class medicines for patients.
Great. Thanks, Christian. Yeah. Sandhya,
Yeah.
what's groundbreaking innovation?
I guess from my perspective, last year was very, very exciting because we were able to apply artificial intelligence, to real-world problems. So, especially in the drug discovery space, companies like Isomorphic, Generate Biosciences, and Schrödinger, they are able to bring their technology, their solutions to really help generate new molecules, as Anil was talking about with generative chemistry, and we are able to find different targets. So I'm really excited. This is just the beginning. I'm hoping by applying these technologies, like you said, we are at the hinge moment, right? By applying these technologies, how can we bring medicines to the patients faster and more efficiently, right? I think that is what excites me. Yeah.
Great. Thanks, Sandhya. And Nitin?
Yeah, thanks. When I look at it and a theme which we have, actually I'm really excited about use of AI, particularly in the area of biomarkers, because if you look at all discovery happening and successful discovery happening for the diseases where there are biomarkers, I think we are more successful. So AI is able to predict those biomarkers with the mining of all huge databases, because if you don't have a biomarker, you see a lot of difficulties in really doing discovery in that particular area. Another important point, which is I think the technology which is slightly older, but I see use of this CRISPR-Cas9 in the drug discovery particularly. You see lots of animal models. You can make, I think you can really do good discovery using that technology. And you may remember that few years back, the Nobel Prize was given for that. But if you look at it today, it is almost becoming the important aspect of our drug discovery programs, right? Particularly preclinical research. Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks, Nin. So I'd like to stay on the topic of AI with you, if I could. And Spark has been actively involved in innovative therapeutics in immunology and oncology. And you've also done some collaborations with 13 Biotech. Can you talk a little bit about how you're leveraging AI-driven platforms like this in drug discovery and how these collaborations are helping you at Spark?
Sure. So this 13 Biotech collaboration, which we did in the immediate past, okay, it was about a novel target. It was first in class, and not much was known about that target. It was for the cellular energy regulation in this one. So no crystal structure was known. No, we didn't know any inhibitors there. So it was more like you are trying to work on a target which is totally new for you. So since you don't know anything about this particular target, it is an enzyme. So we selected a very close another enzyme which is in the same family, and we looked at the crystal structure of that. We could I will say synthesize few ligands. We worked on those, and when once we did that, we went to 13 Biotech. 13 Biotech is a good platform. Almost they have, I think they have almost 40 data sets in all chemical, biological, clinical, and then they have lots of I will say almost coming from 200 sources. Our objective was to find one, of course, understand the biology because it's a new target. Second point was that we were thinking about certain indication. We also wanted to validate that indication, whether that indication is really good to work upon for this particular, I will say, target. What surprisingly happened is that what we were thinking was totally wrong. Actually, it was not right, I will say. I will not call it wrong, but it was not right. They could come out with a very different indication, okay, in oncology space, because we were also looking at an oncology space. They looked at oncology space. They came out with a different indication. Particularly that indication was not my business. People didn't like that indication from the point of view of this. But what I see a lot of inputs from them is how do you understand it, and how if you really, because drug discovery is always a game where 97% molecules fail, right, and then very few become successful. So it was a very good input for us because we didn't really pursue that target, but of course closing a project earlier is also a big gain for a company like us, right? Because otherwise you are just working on a target which will fail going forward, right? So I think that was a very interesting collaboration which we learned a lot from that. And we also learned how do you look at it differently, right? So I think that was interesting.
Excellent. You've also had some collaboration with Area Matrix around AI in drug development. Can you talk about how that's informed the strategy at Spark and also?
So the 13 Biotech which we talked about, which was towards more a drug discovery side, right? So how do you identify the target, what you work upon, what you don't work? That's very important from the point of view of drug discovery. This particular collaboration which we have is more towards how do you improve the productivity, okay? So one is of course discovery, another is the productivity. So this is a group company. We belong to a Sun group of companies. So Sun Pharma, Spark is also a part of a Sun Pharma group. It's one of the group companies. So this Ira Matrix is also a group company of ours. So we worked with them for a certain amount of time now, and we also help them being a drug discovery company. So they have a very interesting platform. What they do is that they can scan the images using artificial intelligence. So what happens in a preclinical study, when you do preclinical, particularly tox studies, lot of slides are generated. So when you do a tox study, almost a simple one single tox study of, let's say, a month or 3 months will generate something like 6,000, 700,000 slides for a pathologist to look at, right? And then because you are looking at toxicology, you are looking in the slide saying that, okay, what's wrong, what is normal and what is abnormal, right? So challenge for a pathologist is to look at all those slides and separate what is normal from abnormal. This particular platform is good to identify the normal slides. And our experience is that out of 100 slides our pathologists look at, almost 80 slides are normal and 20 slides are either abnormal or it has an indication that, okay, there is something wrong there. So what it does is that it separates abnormal from the normal. Now you only have 20 slides for pathologists to look at, right? And then now pathologist or a team of pathologists which is looking at, they can look at those 20 slides closely, because that's also very important, right? Saying that, okay, what's wrong here, what is that, how do you interpret it? So I think it gives you a lot of productivity. So we saw that we could save sometimes months, sometimes weeks during our toxicity studies. And usually toxicity studies, they come in the end of so I will say IND, right? So you are having a pressure to file IND, right? And then those are the people who are really taking time. So I think this is a good platform where they help us to improve the productivity. Another important, I will say, aspect, one thing which they are developing, which I am very excited about, is they are trying to do accelerated toxicity testing. So if you can really do a 1 month toxicity, they are trying to predict how it will look like on a longer terms, right? Usually we do it on a CMC side, accelerated testing, right? Accelerated stability. So that kind of a concept they are trying to apply, which we had a very good experience with. So I think it's a very useful collaboration for us.
Great. Thanks, and appreciate you sharing how it's driving productivity. So we're going to stay on the theme of AI, Sandhya,
Yes.
and move to Novartis. Novartis has obviously been pioneering the use of AI and data and how you're thinking about drug discovery and development. Can you talk about how Novartis is leveraging the technologies in your space and the impact it's having?
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot give you specific examples, but at the end of the day, I think every pharma and biotech is trying to bring medicines to the patients faster. It's all about how do we accelerate innovation. And one of the many ways that Novartis is looking to accelerate innovation is by using artificial intelligence and machine learning in various ways. We not only use it to enhance our drug discovery efforts, but we are also looking at enhancing our productivity. How do we incorporate AI into our day-to-day lives? So something that took us 2 hours, we are able to do it in less than a minute. So we are looking to democratize AI into every day of working, as well as also solve more complex problems, like making the next medicine enemy, finding the next target, and finding ways of inhibiting that target. So we are covering the entire space, and we are using a very systematic approach towards the application of AI and ML in Novartis. So.
Great. And as as we talked about earlier, you've been here building the organization in India. Can you talk anything about specific innovative technologies that you've been using here as you built the capabilities for Novartis in India?
So one of the things, we have been doing since last year is we have been expanding our biomedical research footprint here in India. And here we are mostly focused on doing early drug discovery efforts. And here we are trying to innovate new ways of working. And then we are also We also looking into doing early phase clinical research and development. And as you know, India is a hotbed of talent when it comes to data science. So we are also trying to leverage the talent and skills in this ecosystem and see how we can leverage these talents to advance our global initiatives. And as I said, for us, Novartis is just another site, just like Basel and Cambridge. So our colleagues here are working on the global portfolio. So we don't have a separate portfolio. We are all working on the global portfolio, and our remit is to advance our global portfolio and priorities.
Great. Yeah. Thanks, Sandeep. So Christian, you talked a little bit in the opening about what Nanoform has been doing in driving productivity and R&D. I'd love to go a little bit deeper into StarMap and some of the capabilities that platform provides and the impact that it's having.
Yeah, sure, Pete. So StarMap Online is our digital twin to our small molecule Nanoform technology. And maybe if I just explain a little bit what our technology is first, set the scene. We take recycled carbon dioxide that's given off as a waste product in road salt manufacture in Finland, and it comes into our facility as clinical GMP grade. And we dissolve a small molecule up in that CO2 in a supercritical state, and then we precipitate that in a controlled way to form nanoparticles of the API as pure drug substance. But that process is not applicable to all molecules. All molecules have different solubilities in supercritical CO2, and the end result of the particle will be dependent on the molecule. And so for some molecules we might form amorphous nanoparticles. For other molecules we might form crystalline. Or for some molecules we might form either crystalline or amorphous depending on the processing conditions. So for Nanoform and for our partners, it's really critical at the very early stages of interaction to understand, is our technology a good fit for our partner? And we want to save time and expense for them and for us as a company. So we developed a digital platform, a digital twin called StarMap, and that predicts based on pretty much the chemical structure. Maybe a few other factors will increase the accuracy, like melting point and enthalpy of fusion, etc. But that will predict the solubility in supercritical carbon dioxide and the propensity to crystallize by using our process. Now, what does that mean? That means that if somebody comes to us and says, hey, we have a high potent molecule, we're only ever going to make 10 kilos a year for this product, and it has a very low solubility in CO2, might still be a viable candidate to look at from a throughput perspective. But if somebody comes to us and says, well, we've got a 100-ton product and it has a low solubility in CO2, might not be the best candidate. So we're able to filter out the right molecules for our technology, and it saves our customers time and it saves us resources in really trying to pick the winners. And we've made that tool available online for our partners. AstraZeneca have a public relationship with us, have a global license to StarMap, and it's used as a screening tool to identify those molecules that could increase the solubility and their bioavailability by making a nanoformed version, and hence increase the possibilities of success in preclinical development and increase the probability of success in transitioning into clinical development. And then we can, of course, further optimize those formulations as we go on.
Great, thanks. Shifting a little bit to personalized medicine, can you talk a little bit about how the challenges and opportunities you see with AI and nanotechnology related to personalized medicine?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think one of the biggest challenges is that personalized medicine depends upon the patient, and we're all different. And I think from an AI perspective, we don't always have access to data. We don't always have access to big data. And I think that's one of the greatest challenges around personalized medicine. From our perspective as a company, when we developed the StarMap tool, we actually developed it based on a sparse data AI approach. So being able to pull individual results from different parameters and be able to draw conclusions in an effective way. And one of the inventors of the AI tool was Professor Jukka Karanda, who is professor at Oslo University and also at the Cambridge Sanger Institute. And he partnered with us to develop the StarMap AI tool. the opportunities are immense if we can get it right. If we can develop medicines for the patients in the right way, if we can develop personalized medicines, the opportunities are huge. The challenge is understanding the patient population and being able to titrate the right formulation for them. But if we can improve the bioavailability of medicines that we're developing, then we can effectively tailor lower doses of medicines, perhaps for pediatric populations. We can and reduce pill burden for older populations. And anyone's familiar with the drug Xtandi from Astellas and Pfizer, Nanoform has worked on enzalutamide, and we've made a 160 milligram amorphous solid dispersion tablets. And we're doing that to enable, with their medicine, to be competitive in the marketplace, to provide patient convenience and patient compliance, and ultimately deliver medicines that patients want to take. And
let's talk a little bit about cell and gene therapy. And as you mentioned, Nilteni has been advancing cell and gene therapy in a dramatic way. Can you talk a little bit about how you're using?
This is that AI will not replace your immune cell. No, all kidding aside, it can help, of course, in multiple ways. Very complex manufacturing process, where, of course, the starting material from patient to patient, and depending in which stage they are, is very different. Then these cells go into the selection step. From the selection step, you need to cultivate and manipulate these cells. And of course, AI will play a crucial role in the media and vectors and everything you need. So this is one area. The other area is years ago or 8 years ago, when people stepped in larger scale into the game, everyone talked about the manufacturing process. And suddenly about a lot of essays you need to utilize in order to describe. The question is also here, first of all, is that needed? This is our regulatory aspect, and now we learned so much. I think what we are doing, or what we sometimes have to, message to the regulators here in the room. I think everyone being in the field knows that this is not needed. It help. What we are going to do is, because we are also providing, last year, the technology of the year was spatial biology. That was voted by all the scientists around the world, and we are providing a device platform for spatial biology and dimensional insights into these on a protein and RNA level. And of course, this is massive data, and what eventually in the next years we want to do, this is all standalone for R&D purposes. But first of all, we think that in future a lot of trial designs, patient certification will be based upon these technologies. It will replace vast parts of the classical pathology that is, I think, given. And here also AI will play a major role with these tera and giga and whatever byte data which need to be analyzed. So a big area. And what we're trying to do is that we bring these two tools together. We are working at the moment on a next generation platform where the analytical part will be in parallel into the manufacturing part, embedded into the same platform. And then, of course, data analytics in time will play a fundamental role.
Okay, excellent. You talked in a recent interview around decentralized trials, anticipation of that in India, and how it helps with obviously proximity to treatment facilities and patients. Can you talk a little bit about use of technology there in terms of Internet of Things and other technologies that allow you to work in a decentralized model?
Sorry, just for acoustic reasons, I didn't.
Decentralized trials and use of emerging technologies like IoT and supporting that.
Yeah, this is one of the critical questions. How that will be executed. But on the other hand, I mean, let's go one step back. Also, when I look to my colleagues here to the right and the left, they are producing these cells in multiple locations. That is, of course, not really called decentralized because, at least for J&J, this is a big site in the US and a big site in the Benelux. Novartis has a few sites more. But at the end of the day, whether you do this 2 times, 20 times, or 2,000 times, the question is there really at the end a difference if you are able to manage the process? And here we believe, no, it is not. If this process is fully optimized, the analytical, the QC data is there. And of course, a company needs to find mechanisms. How do you do the release of the product at the end? Embed it in a regulatory environment who is going to accept this. But as mentioned, we are a firm believer technology-wise that can be overcome. And certainly also here AI will play a role in bringing these data together, etc., etc. So this is what we are working on. This is what we believe in a lot of countries is key to success.
Thanks, Boris. So Anil, I'd like to get a bit of a global health perspective from you. And as you mentioned, you're one of the key scientists in development of tuberculosis therapy. As you think about technologies, advanced technologies in AI, how do you think about that helping to address some of the global health issues and diseases that are prevalent in emerging markets?
Yeah, I think that's a very nice question in a sense that what we have seen or what the data out of the whole Bedeclin, the TB drug story is that if you look at currently, Bedeclin is more than 1 million doses of the drug have been used in more than 170 countries across the world. And it has really changed the treatment paradigm for treatment of drug-resistant tuberculosis, not only in India, but across the world. In India, it's cornerstone of any hospital you go in India or anywhere in the world. Bedeclin for treatment of MDR TB is out there in every pharmacy. And the government of India is giving it for free to all the patients, drug-resistant patients. So that's the power of public health, the outreach. We tend to forget that TB kills 1.6 million, 1.7 million people globally. And 30% of the burden is in this country. So we can talk about all the technologies, we can talk about all the innovation, but in the end, we need to address some of the major public health issues. And in that regard, think about dengue. You have the entire crowd here and they can tell you that during the rainy season, how much scare is about outbreak of a dengue pandemic. Think about, of course, we know future pandemics coming out of whether it is flu or other viral species, that's also a problem. Think about antimicrobial resistance, the antibiotic resistance, which is so prevalent in all the countries, especially low and middle income countries and developing countries. It's really a big, big challenge. The question is, I always ask myself, how do you use these tools? Like we claim that AI is there, machine learning is there, but still we have 400 million people globally getting dengue infections, symptomatic or asymptomatic, every year. And then we say that we will have next drug coming through AI, but where is AI being applied in disease like dengue? Where is AI being used in discovery of new drugs for antibiotic resistance? I think my biggest worry here is that unless and until we make technologies accessible to treat the health inequality across the world, I think then we are failing somewhere. We can talk about till the middle of the night, we can talk about the applications of AI and all those things, but for me, If we don't address the health inequality, I think we are failing somewhere. But definitely, from a technology perspective, I hope that next dengue drug comes via application of AI.
Excellent. You've highlighted the importance of ecosystems in local communities as you develop drugs for diseases like tuberculosis. Can you talk a little bit about how J&J uses technologies to improve clinical trial efficiency in underserved communities?
Now, of course, there are several stages where whether it is patient stratification, site enrollment, patient recruitment, and as was said, that biomarker identification. I think there are so many touch points in terms of the clinical development, but bigger question coming back to the global public health is that Africa accounts for 18% of the global population of the world. And when you say we have 0.2% of the trials being conducted in Africa. In India, we have less than 5% of the global trials happening in India. Mm-hmm. So I think we really need to address these gaps, not as companies, but as a society, to see how we bring the clinical sciences closer to the patient population where the diseases are there. We should not superimpose data from other places on diverse population sets unless and until we have done those clinical studies. So for me, I think it's very, very important, both from the discovery perspective as well as the clinical data perspective, to do the right discoveries for diseases which are impacting millions and millions and millions of people, and at the same time to do the clinical studies in population where you have the real disease. So I think these are the two main considerations from a public health perspective I will speak about.
Great, thank you.
And one thing more is that no drug till now has reached patients using AI. So as Amitabh Kant was saying, Mr. Amitabh Kant was saying that this is a equal leverage playing field for India, that we can be the forefront, we can be the fathers of AI discovery for whether it is TB, dengue, antibiotic resistance, because the field is open for us, so let's jump into it.
Great. So let's get a government perspective, Shekhar. In your tenure at CSIR, you were focused on advancing science and technology in India. I'd love to hear your views on some of the things that you did there, the initiatives that you put in place, or the organization put in place to drive, use of innovation technology in the space of R&D.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. We all recognize the fact that most of the data on human health has actually come from a very small population, either in US or in the Western Europe. Most of the data on health, if you look at the genomics or microbiomics or whatever, has not been created on a very large set of population in the world. And this gap, when I was in Delhi, we recognized this. And at that time, we thought that we should have some programs to generate data, the primary data on human health across India. So multiple initiatives were taken. So just before I moved to Delhi, we began this 10,000 genome sequence project. As you can even see in genome sequencing, the data on Indian population is very sparse indeed. So that's one thing, that aspect that we realized that we should do. We also undertook Indian Human Microbiome Initiative, once again with the same perspective. And we know that microbiomes are very different in different geographies because of different conditions and different food habits. And eventually when drugs are designed and the effectiveness of drug is tested on any population, microbiome does play a very important role. And therefore, to understand our population, we started this Indian Human Microbiome Initiative that you will hear very soon about the first results of that. But more importantly, we also started in CSIR. CSIR has a presence pan-India. with both urban and semi-urban areas, and we decided that we will monitor parameters, health parameters of all the CSIR present and past employees, and we'll do something like 250 different parameters for each of them. And we began that, and the first result of that is just coming out as we speak. So these are the kind of gaps that we had thought that we should address, that to understand the well-being of an average individual in this part of the world might be actually slightly different than anywhere else in the world. And therefore, to measure effectiveness of drugs or vaccines or whatever interventions that we do, we must understand how this particular population reacts to that. So they are the kind of initiatives that we had taken, and the results of that are just coming out. You probably heard that the 10,000 genomes were announced about 15 days ago in Delhi. Indian human microbiome will be announced very soon, and so is what we call as the health cohort that we have generated, the Phenome India project. Their first results also will be out pretty soon. So they're the kind of thing that we thought we'll do from the health perspective.
Excellent. So we've heard a lot of interesting use of technology here in the folks of this panel. Can you talk a little bit about the role of government and government policy and regulation in accelerating some of this, or is it hindering it?
So governments actually around the world play a very important role in all of this, right? They have multiple roles. One of the first things that government does is create infrastructure that is accessible to everyone so that anyone can go and use that. Government creates regulatory processes. There's a very, very important aspect. One of the pain points probably in India, the Indian pharmaceutical company faces that. And the current government, of course, is so that we can actually undertake trials and all much more easily. Government also tries to make sure that there is a fair play amongst everyone, right? So government cannot prefer one entity over another, and government has to actually maintain fair play. Be based elsewhere in the geography, but have they set up their businesses in India, or the company. So there has to be a particular fair play. So all these things actually government does, and but government has to take a much larger view, and it actually acts on that particular larger view.
Great, thank you. So we've talked a lot about really interesting innovations. Would love to get perspectives on some of the hurdles that you see in scaling, right? Because as I think it's been pointed out, innovation is great, but it's not great much to make an impact. So maybe Sandhya, perspectives on scaling innovation?
Resonate with me, right? I mean, we're talking about application of technology, we are talking about innovation, but at the end of the day, these technologies, so we can make it accessible to solve not only problems which, that could be monetized, but also, like, by democratizing, you're also solving. That's where, again, to Anil's point, India can play a crucial role. I actually read an article almost like every week in Indian newspapers about the startups or a very crucial role in this particular space. So I'm really looking forward to how the brilliant minds in India can play like a really principal. And one of the keynote speakers, Mr. Kant, was talking about we need to change the mindset. I think quite a few people were talking about we need to move from a CRDMO mindset to an innovation mindset. And I would say for India, this would be one area where they could really bring their innovative mindset to play. And there's not a lot of CapEx investment for this. With DeepSeek, it's been clear that you could do this at much lower cost. I wouldn't say it's that cheap, but you could do it at much cheaper. So I would say this would be a challenge to all those innovative, young, brilliant minds in India and to do something meaningful here.
Excellent. Other views on scaling?
Yeah.
Neil?
Maybe I can add Yeah, I agree with you fully. I think next generation, maybe I am sounding too optimistic, but next generation is going to be the generation of. I see a lot of aspiration here. I see a lot of young talent wanting to do good. I see the hunger to do something good in our lives, and particularly with the young, very, very young generation. In that regard, I think scaling up is important because, as you rightly said, it's a country of 1.5 billion people. And the scale up is the most critical thing. In order to achieve the scale up, the total global trials on CAR-T, which country does it the most? 50% of the global CAR-T trials are done in China, and there was zero trial. It's more than what US does. It's more than what Europe does. It's more than what all the other nations combined together do. And how did they do it? In the last 5 years, it's just a matter of scaling it up. It's a matter of building up those processes where everybody is rushing for all. There is a possibility of scaling these innovations. And India is on the cusp of doing biologics, CAR-T, cell and gene therapies. But at the same time, as Shekhar said earlier, I think we need to understand from an Indian patient perspective what is like UK Biobank. You heard about it. The fantastic presentation, I don't know, this SG100K biobank kind of initiative where they are measuring 2,000 markers on one patient, and they have 100,000 of patients. So all combined together, the biobank, Indian Biobank initiative, the scale up what Sandhya was talking about, I think this is feasible as we move into the next. A different India emerging.
You're painting an exciting picture.
Can I just add one thing? Because this example, the comparison to China is very interesting one. And in my view, what happened 15, 20 years ago in China, China got all his best talent back from North America and from favor of science, also in our field, in biomedical and pharmaceutical science. So a lot of these people took the opportunity to go back and started their university careers and prolonged it, and they got all right. This is just one field, what he was mentioning in relation to the cell and gene therapy. Yeah, but this is also, if you really look into the details, Carvykti is a collaboration with a Chinese biotech company, Novartis, has taken a lot of assets which were and developing this further. Yeah, they're making it better and further. And this is something really, little Germany now losing its third place to India in the next couple of years, I guess, in terms of economics. Advice, but the suggestion is, if you are smart now, and you would do almost a which might also drive some people back home. But I think there is really this. But they're also everywhere in the world. So if you combine this and drive this into India, I think you can learn a lot from the approach which was taken by China. Hopefully India is finding its own way to do it and to combine other. To be honest, I think in Europe we are missing the boat here. And from a European perspective, that might be also concerning somehow, yeah, but it opens up also a lot of opportunities. And what we feel here, I mean, you are all here for decades. We are just very new here. The excitement, the willingness to discuss, to cooperate, to exchange ideas and to drive it forward, and always in mind the people's need. It's amazing. It's really amazing. It reminds me very much of what I experienced 15 years ago, 20 years ago in China. So I think it will be a bright future.
I think just to add on that, it's not about Germany or India, it's about the patients in the end.
Yes.
So long as a patient anywhere is served, everybody of us benefits.
Yeah. Excellent. And Christian, you had something?
Yeah, sure. So I mean, when I think about scalability and some of the challenges associated, I look back to what we achieved in the pandemic and what we were able to do by collaborating and coming together. We effectively developed medicines for a challenging time, but in a very, very fast way. And that was done and that was achieved, and people, if you'd asked them, you know, a couple of years before COVID, would this be possible? They would have said, no way, right? No way. It takes 10 to 12 years to put a product on the market. We have all these regulatory hurdles. We have all these challenges. We need all these technologies to be implemented and to be reviewed, etc., etc. But look what we did, or look what the industry did. You know, fantastic science that was developed, scaled, that went through regulatory review processes, that went onto the market and helped benefit all of us across the globe. So it's amazing what we can achieve when we adapt as an industry. And I think when we think about scaling innovation, we need to sometimes take away some of the conservatism that exists within the pharma industry and really be open to adopting innovation. Because if we do that, we're going to create much better medicines for patients in a faster way. And, you know, that's what we're all here to do, right?
It is. So as we wrap up, I'd love to just do a speed round and go down the line here.
From a perspective of a company which is doing drug discovery in India for last, I will say, 1.5 decades, I see lots of changes, right? So what is that? Okay, cost in India is lesser. I will say that it is not so less, okay? So when you do, that's one point. But what I see, and then most of the cost is also coming from drug discovery and development cost you much bigger. So what I see now is that I can leverage India as a clinical trial country, right? So it's not only I will do a trial it will be a global trial, but I can also leverage India into that, right? And probably if I can counsel my patients, easy to bring patients in India to a clinical trial. There is no culture of clinical trials in. Look at it, the indications other than oncology. Oncology is a little different story, but other indications when you, it's not easy. So from the patient perspective or from the I will say, we need to look at our patients, we need to train them, we need to bring them to the clinical trial, and they should participate as a part of a pharmaceutical research, right? When you do that, and I am hopeful, I am seeing lots. Okay, so from the patient perspective, I am seeing it from the investigator's perspective, I am seeing from the clinical sites perspective. Trial in India which could match with any other country. So that's a very bright idea in a drug discovery.
Excellent. Thank you. Sandy, what excites you most?
Yeah, I of AI can indeed be realized to bring medicines to the patients faster. And I am, from an India perspective, I'm really and excited also to see like what kind of role India would play in democratizing AI. So those are the two things I'm super excited about. Yeah.
Thanks. Christian?
For me, I'm most interested in the advancements in the field of oncology. I think we have some fantastic medicines being developed in that space. And now many oncology are perhaps not being treated as a sort of immediate disease profile, but actually as chronic disease because of the medicines that are available. And so I think the innovations for both the molecules that are being developed and the way that we can deliver them to patients, that really excites me.
Thanks. Boris?
In order to save some time, most excited to be here.
Good answer.
Thank you very much for this warm welcome here into India. That was really exciting, but on the more biomedical level, and I think this is now really the turning point. When the human genome was sequenced, one day later, everyone thought, now we are knowing it all, and everything is solved. And then we had to learn the hard way how that really things are coming together. Now we can really build upon everything we learned the past 40, 50 years. And what I think, we were talking about gigantic infectious diseases also serve rare diseases. And also these patients, they deserve that someone is looking into it. And if you combine a lot of these technologies, this may be the first time where a lot of rare diseases will also be tackled either by biotech or by pharma. It doesn't matter at the end, the patient.
Thanks, Boris.
No, I think from my perspective, what really, if I get inside me is the use of these technologies or outcome of these technologies to a patient somewhere in Bihar or Kerala, somewhere in remote corner of India, and who can or can really benefit from the outcome of these technologies. We can bring medicines where we can either it's biologics or either it's biotherapeutics or any complex technology to those people somewhere in the nooks and corners of this country or anywhere in the world. And that really excites me. How to do it, I don't know, but I think if we can do it I
think I'm quite excited by the way at least India as a country has been making progress on multiple fronts. We are aware communicable diseases in India are going down very rapidly. In fact, what we have seen in the last about 5 years, the number of cases of malaria, for example, have dramatically gone down. The number of new HIV cases have dramatically gone down. So India is making rapid progress in communicable diseases, which means we need to focus more on non-communicable. That's number one. Number two, today we have heard Ms. Amitabh Khan and also from other panelists, the manner in which AI is actually going to play a role, and there's a real opportunity for India to leverage that particular thing in general human health. And number three, globally, AI is also now making new kind of different proteins and biologicals, and it will not be very far that we actually start seeing therapeutic molecules being designed by AI. That day is not very far from now. So these are all very exciting things right now.
Thank you. Well, I want to thank each of you for the collectively, I think you've all painted a great picture of what the future holds. So thank you very much for your participation.
Thank you very much for such an engaging session, making this panel discussion quite interesting. Thank you very much. But now, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take this opportunity to express our gratitude. I may request a small token of memento to Dr. Boris Stoffel. Can we have a moment? Thank you. The there is going to be a little bit of exchange. Now I request Dr. Boris to please hand over a memento to Mr. Pete Lyons, please. Thank you, Mr. Pete, to moderate this session so wonderfully. Thank you. I would also request Dr. Boris to thank Dr. Shekhar Mandi for his time. Thank you very much, sir, to be a part of this discussion. Dr. Christine Jones. Mr. Nitin Dharmadhikari, thank you very much. Ms. Sandhya Sripati and Dr. Anil Kaur. Let us have one photograph together. Let us capture this moment. Thank you very much. While the photograph is being clicked, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next discussion, which is going to revolve around strengthening the global bioeconomy and transforming human health through generative biology. So it's going to be a very interesting session, panel discussion. Biotechnology is evolving rapidly with generative biology and biomanufacturing revolutionizing healthcare, drug development, and sustainability. While opportunities are vast, challenges like resource constraints, regulations, and knowledge gaps persist. As India rises as a global biotech leader, this session will explore how collaboration can drive progress and position biotechnology as a key force in healthcare transformation. So it's going to be a very interesting session, and to moderate it, I would request Brian Stanton, Bioeconomy World Economic Forum, to please join us on stage, the moderator for this session. Can we have you all? Mr. Brian Stanton. I beg your pardon, Ms. Brian Stanton is here to moderate the session. Now let us invite our esteemed panelists, Dr. Marina Madrid, co-founder and chief product officer, Celino Biotech USA. Our next panelist who's going to join us is going to be Dr. K. Anand Kumar, Managing Director, Indian Immunologicals Limited, India. I will also request Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, Managing Director and CEO, Bharat Serums and Vaccines Limited, India, to please join us for this panel discussion. Along with Dr. G. Taru Sharma, Director, National Institute of International Biotechnology. Last but not the least, Mr. Sai Prasad, Executive Director, Bharat Biotech International Limited, India. Over to our moderator.
Hi everyone, good afternoon, and welcome to our session, Strengthening the Global Bioeconomy and Transforming Human Health Through Generative Biology. As mentioned, my name is Bryn Stanton. I am the bioeconomy lead at the World Economic Forum and also your moderator for this exciting panel discussion today. As we dive deep into the realm of generative biology and hear firsthand how technological breakthroughs are transforming human healthcare, we'll really hear from our panelists on really the technological breakthroughs and really help us to understand in a very practical way how this is transforming lives and will continue to do so. Now, some of you in the audience, even though the last panel really dove heavily into innovation and technology, this term generative biology might be new to you. And so you might be wondering, what does it mean? How will it impact my life as a patient? How will things change for me as a result of this evolving and fast-moving technology? Well, if we turn to the scientific literature, generative biology is defined as the integration of modern artificial intelligence and machine learning approaches with advanced life science technologies to design and generate new biological structures, things like proteins, DNA sequences, even at the level of entire cells. In a very practical terms, what generative biology means is really designing biomolecules to precisely carry out designated functions. What you, the patient, stand to gain from these groundbreaking, this suite of groundbreaking technologies is really the promise of delivering biotherapeutics, cutting-edge biotherapeutics on drastically reduced timescales with drastically reduced costs. But this idea is nothing new. This idea of designing biomolecules, designing biomedicine is really nothing new. It's been around since we discovered the structure of DNA in the 1950s. But what has changed, and what has changed significantly, is the rapidly evolving technology landscape. We are entering an era of programmable biology where frontier technologies are converging to unlock the potential of generative biology and make the promise of generative biology much more of a reality today than it ever has been before. Now, of course, we're here to talk about healthcare, but the impacts of generative biology will span far beyond human health. Things like designer materials, climate-conscious industrial alternatives, really more sustainably feeding our growing population, and so much more. The applications of generative biology are pervasive, so much so that according to a recent study, 68% of executives plan to increase their investment in bioinnovation within the next 2 to 5 years. So really, the possibilities when it comes to programming biology are limitless. But it should also be stated, and this was covered in the last panel, the possibilities come along with very significant and complex societal and ethical considerations. We'll hear from our panelists firsthand on the barriers, the challenges, the opportunities, and how together with their institutions and organizations, they are innovating to deliver better outcomes through generative biology. We'll also hear a bit more in very specific examples of how these powerful technologies are coming together to really shape the biotech landscape for human health, not only here in India, but beyond. And so before we kick off this exciting panel discussion, I'd like to have each of the panelists introduce themselves by sharing their name, their host institution, as well as their position. From there, we'll dive into some really specific questions about the panelists and the work that they're doing. And so let's go ahead and start directly to my left. And so I will hand it over to Marina to introduce herself.
Thank you so much. And I just want to say thank you. This is an incredible honor. Very grateful to be here. It's actually my first time in India. The food is amazing. Really, really grateful to be here. My name is Marina Madrid. I'm a co-founder and chief product officer at Celino. My background's in physics. I did my PhD in applied physics in a femtosecond laser lab at Harvard, where I co-invented a laser technology that Celino is based on. And so essentially what we are doing at Celino is we are building an autonomous biomanufacturing platform to scale the production of living medicines. And when I say living medicines, what I mean is that we're entering this new era of medicine. We are going beyond the traditional small molecules and biologics, which you see in pill form, and focusing more on cells and tissues and organs. And the reason why is related to what was brought up in the last panel, which is, thinking beyond some of these diseases that we've traditionally focused on. Now that humans are living longer lifespans, they are encountering more age-related diseases, such as chronic degenerative diseases. And essentially what that means is, as you age, there are certain diseases that take place because the cells in your body die off and they don't regenerate or replace themselves. And so the idea is that you could treat yourself with your own cells. So Parkinson's is a really great example of this. In Parkinson's, many of the symptoms that arise are due to the fact that dopaminergic neurons are lost and not replaced. And so if you could create dopaminergic neurons in the lab and transplant those into a patient, that could treat their symptoms and potentially cure the disease. And that's something that's ongoing in clinical trials right now. The challenge with these diseases, or with these treatments, which have a ton of promise, is that they are extremely difficult and cumbersome to manufacture. They are currently manufactured one dose at a time by highly skilled individuals in a clean room with magic eyes and magic hands, and you might have a team of 10 highly skilled individuals, but still one of those people just happens to be the best at making the highest quality cells. And that's fine for the early stages of a clinical trial. It does not scale to meet global patient need and demand. And so what we are doing is we are automating that manufacturing process. So instead of a highly skilled expert looking at cells, deciding on their own based on their own experience, do these look good? Do these look bad? We have AI-based image analysis algorithms that automatically characterize cells in process. And instead of a highly skilled human scraping away, for example, unwanted cells to purify the population, we use the laser technology that I mentioned to very precisely remove individual cells. And so by using AI, robotics, and this laser technology, we are able to manufacture cell therapies in a manner that is significantly more scalable than what we are doing today. Thanks.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Anand Kumar. I am the Managing Director of Indian Immunologicals Limited. We are based out of Hyderabad. We are a One Health company with significant interest in both animal health and human health. We are one of the largest producers of vaccines, and we supply to both Ministry of Health and Family Welfare and to the Ministry of Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries. We also export our vaccines to more than 60 countries, and it's a pleasure to be here.
Good afternoon. I'm Sanjeev Navangal, Managing Director and CEO of Bharat Serums and Vaccines. We are situated out of Mumbai and partially out of Germany, and we basically are into recombinant products, hormones, and immunoglobulins. This is the three big areas that we have focused on women's health, fertility, and cancers, and oncology, and emergency medicines such as bites and other portfolio.
Good evening, everyone. This is G. Taru Sharma. Thank you very much for having us here, the BioAsia and you to have to be with us as our moderator. So I'm the director of National Institute of Animal Biotechnology. It's DBT's Autonomous Institute. It's at Gachibowli, the only institute in the country which works exclusively on animal biotechnology. We are 13 years old as an institution. Span is less, but the institute is known for a bunch of things. To highlight the three, if I say, the first one, it's the country's first SNP-based chip to identify the indigenous cattle. It's a globally largest first and country's first. So you can identify the crossbreds and the indigenous animal. That's one. Another one, it was the time of second wave of COVID, and everybody was realizing that let's not stay in silos, and unless until you have the animal scientists, veterinary scientists with you and flanking them. So we started the country's first One Health project. It's continuing, and it is having a larger consortia. A while ago we were hearing that collaboration So a very simple thing, I think we all understand. It's very simple, two terms: collaborate or collapse. That's it. So it's a highly collaborative project. We have 117 partners with 28 centers or institutions across the country, AIMS or veterinary institutes and so on. And to move on with the other third one, it has a big basket. So I believe as we move on, I'll touch upon that. And above all, the very forum and the very focus, which is the biomanufacturing, bioeconomy, circular economy. So how could we really complete that circle of economy unless until involving the animals? Thank you. So I believe read me as Taru and read him as Sai Prasad. So let's do that. Thank you.
I was also confused because my name changed all of a minute. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Sai Prasad. I'm Executive Director of Bharat Biotech. Similar to what the doctor mentioned, Bharat Biotech as a group of companies, we are operating in 5 states of our country. We have about 4,000 people under management. We do follow the One Health principles, and we've operationalized this into our business. We're in human vaccines, veterinary vaccines, food processing and plant protection, and also into contract research and testing facilities. And a recent addition to our group company activities is an asset management company that we're focused on, that we are investing in India and other parts of the world. I'm a biochemist and a molecular biologist, studied at Wisconsin, University of Wisconsin and University of Iowa, and also an MBA in finance. Fully confused between business and science. Half the time I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm here to take some questions and try to give you feedback on what we are trying to do in terms of AI, ML, and generative biology. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for introducing yourselves. And so it's so exciting to be here in India and in Hyderabad in particular because of all of the biosciences innovation that's happening. And so I'd like to kick off the panel. We already heard a bit from Marina on this idea of biomanufacturing and creating more personalized medicines in a much more efficient manner. I'd love to turn it over now to Dr. Sharma to hear a bit more about how generative biology is really pushing the boundaries for stem cell therapies and reproductive biotechnology. So if you take a step back and reflect on your work, if you could share with us and the audience what advances in particular have enabled your research to achieve what it's achieved today that wasn't possible 5 years ago.
Thank you for that. So stem cell biology, as she told, that's my core area, the labs, and Institute also works in a very many different areas. And again, we collaborate. So we got a material scientist, we got an organoid person. So your question, I would be very precise to answer. What it was not there 5 years ago, you asked. So stem cells are the same whether you work into animal sector or human sector. Rather an advantage when you work in animal sector, so you have much more the experimental models with you, which the advantage eventually it should go for the human welfare. So we have been working into different patients, into our mandated things, focusing the livestock and the pets to be precise. Well, equine is also an untouched area where ligament rupture, cartilage, as well as bone fracture is equally important. So what we do is we use them for various therapies, and right now we are scaffolding. So the idea is if this scaffold should be available not only for the livestock and pets, and what the surface correction we do for the deep wounds and all, it should really get translated to the human side, particularly for the surface repair, say for example class 2, class 3 degree burn patients. So what is there is now much more collaboration with the people who have been scaffolding in silos, are really shaking hands with the biologist And that's how we could truly say it's an era of biological revolution. And that's how it is happening. And I'm very enthusiastic and pretty sure that the way it's moving on with this collaboration should be good not only for the animal sector, but also for its translative know-how to take it further for human sector.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that response with us. I'd like to now turn to Sanjeev. One of the things that India is well known for across the biotech scene globally is its really uncanny ability to commercialize and scale production of biosimilars. And so, Sanjeev, it would be great if you could help us understand generative biology is already receiving so much attention for its ability to identify new targets and develop new treatments, but also has the ability to transform the biopharmaceutical landscape across the value chain, not just new treatments, but so much more. So help us understand how BSV is applying these powerful advances, these powerful technological breakthroughs to really create value in the commercialization of biosimilars.
I think if we knew all the answers to that, we might make a very different world. But coming to, I think, things that we have tried, which tells us how this works is, I'll give you 2-3 examples that we have tried which works for us. For example, I think the Rh negative immunoglobulin for Rh negative women during pregnancy was always available through the human cell extraction of blood and sensitization. So from a polyclonal human-derived product, how do we make it monoclonal? How do you make it recombinant? So we had to go through a much longer route to find a way to get through this for nearly 10-12 years. And I'll tell you, this has worked well for us. Now the product is out in the market. We are selling it all over. We're the only people in the world now having the recombinant version. So clearly it worked for us, but the time it took for us was nearly 12 years to get there. So it just shows the time it took for us to select the right clone. And now that we are trying to transform all the fertility hormones, highly glycosylated products, into recombinants. At that time, while we get into mini pools and try to select the clones, generative biology actually helps. At that time, the selection of clone, getting to a much faster way of finding a way to get there, makes the life so much easier that you can really curtail and shorten the time substantially. So that process took us from starting to creating a cell line maybe 1.5 years. When you compare that with it took 6 to 8 years to do the same thing, and now to do it in 1.5 to 2 years just shows how much this technology changed. So it's just fascinating world, and we are now trying to see how there are many medicines that are, or immunoglobulins that are through polyclonal route. We make anti-snake venoms. We make the immunoglobulins required for aplastic anemia, the thymocyte immunoglobulins for aplastic anemia for transplant. How do we ensure that in future we are able to translate them into a form which is much more acceptable and quicken the process? Because ultimately when you move that direction into recombinants or you into monoclonals, then you're making it much safer, much easier to produce. You are getting away from human or animal derived sources. So you get away from a lot of issues that you can have otherwise and make life easy for everybody. So as we are trying many of these things, we also realize it's not easy. But for generative biology, but for having the newer versions of how to use AI and find a way to really select the right clone, select the right thing to do, ensuring that what could be the peaks that are causing the side effects and how do you manage those. So if you look at all that spectrum, I think the new science that we are trying to work through, we do feel that we might be able to come to solutions much quicker than before. And many of the dreaded diseases that we find around, we might be able to find an answer which might be more acceptable to the human mankind. So we have done a few experiments. We have succeeded in about 4 or 5 experiments, but there are at least another 10 or 15 experiments we are on the way. Hopefully by another 4 or 5 years we might be able to say a lot for how generative biology really helped us achieve what we wanted to do.
Certainly, but to go from 6 to 8 years down to 1.5 to 2 is transformational, and I think we can all envision a world where those timelines collapse even further. Thank you so much for sharing those insights. One of the things that's so exciting about this suite of technologies is that we've been sitting, collecting mounds of data over the last several decades, but now with these new algorithms, new tools, we have an ability to make sense of these data, make it comprehensible in a way that's much faster than we could even wrap our hands around even 3 years ago. But it's also opening up access. And so now I'd like to turn the question over to Dr. Kumar. Dr. Kumar, it would be great if you could walk us through how these technological advances are really laying the groundwork to secure greater vaccine access in developing countries.
I'll just throw some numbers, and everybody knows here that vaccination is the most cost-effective thing to control diseases. And 4.4 million deaths every year are averted because of vaccination. And one would expect that almost every child in the world is vaccinated. Unfortunately, 14.5 million children, especially in the developing countries, have zero-dose vaccination. So when you look at that, what are the reasons why these many children are not vaccinated? There are four main reasons. One is availability of the vaccines, then affordability of the vaccines, then you have accessibility of the vaccines, and then the fourth one is acceptability of vaccines. So India, as you know, has the largest birth cohort in the world, with 23 million children being born every year. And we are very fortunate as a country to have a universal immunization program where the government procures vaccines for the entire country and provides it free of charge. Now, in terms of the problem that I mentioned about availability, we as a country are very self-sufficient. We don't have the necessity to import any vaccine into our country. We have a very, very stable vaccine industry, and in fact, other than catering to our own population, we are also one of the largest exporters of vaccines to the developing world. So availability is not a problem. Affordability, vaccines that are sold in India are the lowest price anywhere in the world. A child, from the time it's born till it attains 1 year of age, 17 doses of vaccine are administered in our country, which addresses 12 diseases. And the cost that the government pays to procure these vaccines is only 1,450 rupees. So this is much, much less than the vaccine prices that other countries pay. Now, if you look at, so affordability is also not a problem in our country. So acceptability, because some of the developed countries have a problem of acceptability of vaccines, which we saw during the COVID pandemic. We are very fortunate that in India, generally, most of the people accept vaccine as a good source of control of diseases. So the main problem that we have is accessibility. That's where a lot of technologies come into play to ensure that vaccines are accessible to majority of the population who live in the rural areas. So now, artificial intelligence is predominantly being used by the government in some of their programs. So the multifaceted capabilities that AI have, that not only helps in disease prediction, but also helps proactively prepare for situations where vaccines can be made available. So AI is also helpful in logistics and distribution, because through AI we can find the shortest route for delivery, and also we can determine the stock positions in each stock points, because the government itself has about 32,000 stock points across the country. So AI also helps identify vulnerable population within the country who we can give a priority for and make vaccines available to them. Other thing is, AI is being used regularly for real-time monitoring, and this helps understand the stock positions within each of these primary health centers within the country, and also ensure supplies are met. So India, the government of India, along with the UNDP and a cloud-based technology platform, even. And this is a cloud-based platform, and it's used widely, and it's accessible. It's a platform accessible India. And the benefit of implementing this cloud-based technological platform is that it reduced vaccine stockouts by 45%, it reduced wastage by 25%, replacement time by 57%. So the success of this model has now developing countries including Indonesia and other neighboring countries like Myanmar. So second version of this even was the CoWIN, which everybody in India are familiar, which was widely used, covered with COVID-19 vaccine. So another area where accessibility and technology can help accessibility is, majority of the population live in the rural areas where there are infrastructure inadequacies, including power. So as you all know, majority of the vaccines require storage at 2 to 8 degrees, and the last mile delivery to ensure that cold chain is maintained is sometimes a very, very difficult task. So fortunately, there's been a lot of innovation in that space, where now in rural areas, now we are talking about solar direct drive refrigerators where you don't require any power at all. And also there are these ice-line refrigerators where even if you have power for just 8 hours, then it'll keep the refrigerator cool for the next 20 hours. So in terms of storage, we are seeing significant improvements. And the other thing is that drone delivery of vaccines. The first drone delivery happened in 2016. There are some very big companies outside India which are doing extremely well. Drone delivery has certain advantages such as speed, and it doesn't use any fossil fuel, whether it be like a local road transport or an airplane. And also it's much more faster. So there are companies like which have done extremely well. For example, the company called Zipline in Ghana has already done more than 1 million drone deliveries. This included, of course, blood and anti-venom, which is very important because when a person in a rural area is bitten by a snake, it's very important that we deliver medicine at a very, very quick time. We also, as a company, we have attempted drone delivery of animal vaccines. We did that in Arunachal Pradesh. Normally, by road transport, it would take 6 hours. And we used a drone which went and delivered the vaccine and came back in 19 minutes. So there's significant advantage of time. Other areas where we have used AI is we developed India's first digital medical representatives, where they have doctors have direct access to our company's products and needs, and they can directly interact with the help of a mobile phone. So these are all the various technological initiatives that we have taken to enable access in our country.
It's exciting to hear how even non-biological innovations are sort of converging around the bio-innovations themselves to really expand access. So thank you so much for sharing there, Dr. Kumar. I'd like to now turn it back to Marina. So Marina, we kicked off the panel hearing a bit more from you about this idea of biomanufacturing platform. But for Celino to really deliver on its process of, or deliver on its promise of making your cure a reality for millions of patients, what are those areas where further technological advances are needed? Or put another way, what technological advances from a Gen Bio perspective will really be catalytic in enhancing health span and delivering on the promise of personalized regenerative cells, tissues, and organs from a patient's own cells?
Yeah, this is a really great question. There are so many areas that would benefit from the use of AI when it comes to the drug product life cycle. I'll touch on 3 that are top of mind for me. So one is the recipe to generate the cells themselves. So with autonomous biomanufacturing, what you have the power to do is to scale the manufacturing process. So for a given manufacturing process, you can run through that manufacturing process through more patients at higher throughput so that you can actually meet global demand. However, the recipe to generate the cells can still be months long. It's not necessarily a problem for chronic degenerative disease. A patient can afford to wait 3 to 6 months to receive their treatment, but still, every patient would prefer to receive their treatment as quickly as possible. That process of generating the cells can also be reduced from a time perspective by using transcription factors and synthetic biology approaches to manufacture the cells, as opposed to the traditional developmental biology approaches that we've used in the past. And so that's one area where AI is playing a significant role in helping to advance how cell therapies are manufactured. A second area, and this is really critical, is how we characterize the cells. So currently, Selena is using AI in process to improve how we make decisions during the manufacturing process. At the end of the process, we are still characterizing the cells using the same standard traditional assays that everyone else in the industry is using. And that's important for this phase of the industry because what it ensures is that the use of AI in this manufacturing process remains low risk. We can say with certainty that these cells that are manufactured using this novel process meets the same quality criteria that all of the other cells that have thus far been manufactured using the traditional processes have met. However, if we want to get these therapies to more patients more quickly with less cost, we will also need to innovate eventually on the QC, on the quality control that happens at the end of the process. The way we characterize these cells today is traditionally a burdensome and time-consuming process. Some of these assays are performed on the cells themselves and can be very costly and require a lot of time. Everyone who is in the clinical development practice is familiar with the process of using animal models to characterize these cells. Some of these animal studies can take years long and involve working with hundreds of animals. It's very costly, very time-consuming, very burdensome, and what's more, the animal is not a perfect model of the human system, so they are not even perfectly predictive of what you will see in the clinic. What I'd like to see is the use of AI to develop assays that are more predictive and can be run at lower cost and shorter amounts of time. I think eventually, not in the near future, this will require significant advancement, but eventually we can move from these really lengthy, burdensome animal-based assays to in silico-based measurements to accurately predict and model safety and efficiency of a given drug in a certain human population. And last, the therapies that I've been talking about, these living medicines, are cells or tissues or organs that get transplanted into the body. That is dependent on a surgical technique. And there are many types of surgeries where there is significant variability in the patient outcome, not because of the quality of the drug product, but because of the surgical procedure. And in this way, there are areas of medicine where surgery can be more of an art than a science. And so using AI and computational techniques and automation to enhance these surgical procedures so that they are more consistent and also more scalable will be very important, because there are certain surgical procedures that can currently only be carried out by a very small number of surgeons. And so what we don't want is for the manufacturing process of these drugs to be extremely scalable to the point where they can meet global demand, but then they are bottlenecked at the delivery process because we don't have enough surgeons that are able to or administer these medicines the way they need to be.
Excellent, thank you so much. So we've talked a lot about to turn it back over to Sai to talk a bit more about clinical trials. So a bit of background and successfully completed preclinical testing, phases 1 and 2 of clinical trials, and commenced the How is this suite of new technologies disrupting the process of clinical trials, and how will this impact outcomes for patients in markets?
Sure. I can give you an overview of vaccine, except the audience will not be impressed that we used a lot of AI and if something, a similar pandemic happens again, how we will react to it in a different manner. You know, when the pandemic hit, we commissioned, once we that we're going to deploy. We accessed 4 different platform technologies at the beginning of the pandemic. And then once we decided which technology was going to be our lead platform, it was literally a brute force approach of designing hundreds and hundreds of experiments, not waiting for those results and designing the next set of 100 experiments, not the classical empirical research that many of the people on the dais and on the room follow. Wasted a lot of money, didn't really understand outcomes, were not able to deploy I would say AI or ML into our data analytics, I would say. So that was the pandemic. That was the pandemic. So eventually we had about 500 or so people in all aspects of our project for Covaxin, whether it was clinical trials or QC testing, manufacturing, and different aspects. But it was a core team of about less than 10 people that were driving all of these outcomes. And how were these outcomes driven? They were driven based on prior recollection of what kind of experiments that were done, what were the hypotheses, what were the results, how to analyze that data, outcomes exactly. So what we are thinking now in the organization is that if that core team, I think a core fundamental hypothesis that we are grappling with, it's not about succession planning, it's about collective organizational knowledge and intelligence and how an organization does these things. So we are trying to see if, based on all the kinds of hypotheses that we did or experiments that we did, the statistics, the analytics, which part of those can be, where we can bring in AI or ML into those aspects. So that's a big body of work. We have a small team of people working on that. It's different than what I see and hear from other companies and other entities. But for us, that's real. Because for us, the fear is the next vaccine or biologic that we develop, if a knowledgeable team is not there, or if a team doesn't remember what kind of experiments that have been done in the past, how will a new team do these things? The focus of research can go off in a different direction. So having said that, we are deploying, I wouldn't say we're using a complete generative biology approach to design a new novel protein or a novel antigen. That's not what we're doing. We're looking at existing infectious diseases, we're looking at existing antigens, and we're seeing if using predictive models, if minor tweaks of those antigens can help us with better immune responses. Again, most of the generative biology has been in the space of protein modeling and that science. When it comes to immunology, I still think that we're a little bit behind. Maybe I'm wrong, I'm not on the cutting edge. So I think we're looking at those kinds of things. In QC, for example, like my colleague mentioned, there are a lot of predictive mechanisms when it comes to reading TCID50 plates or titers and cells and things like that. We're also using machine learning algorithms for predicting certain statistical outcomes in QC results and in manufacturing activities also. So I think we're going into a space where what was done based on knowledge and expertise and recollection of prior information can 50% or 60% of that be driven by machines through automation or through robotics or different aspects. We're moving in that direction. So it's more of a certain amount for R&D and product development, a certain amount of AI and ML for clinical trial outcomes. We're doing quite a bit of that to predict what kind of patient population should we actually do our clinical trials in, whether we can role play our clinical trial design in different patient populations and look for predictive outcomes. And also into manufacturing and operations, we're slowly getting into using AI and ML into different areas. In manufacturing, if we have, for example, bioreactors and filling lines, trying to get data out of failure modes from those equipment to predict when that equipment is logically going to fail again the next time, a few months from now or a few years from now. Not that it's perfect today, it's all based on what data is going in, but those are the avenues we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you for walking us through some very practical examples of not only clinical trials, but also across the R&D value chain. One of the things you mentioned was wasting money not that long ago. And so I'd like to now turn it back over to Dr. Kumar. If you remember at the beginning of the panel, I mentioned one of the promises of applying these technologies to drug discovery in particular is that we can reduce costs. And so it'd be great to hear from you, Dr. Kumar. When you think about the production and manufacturing of biopharmaceuticals at Indian Immunologicals, how are technological advances being applied across the manufacturing process to derive better value for your customers?
So, as I said before, you cannot find the vaccines any cheaper than what you can buy in India. So, we are always under a lot of pressure to keep the cost low, and this cannot be done without application of technology. So I'll start with the R&D side. We use a lot of AI yet in the R&D side, but I'm very familiar with what's happening in that space where antigen targets are being identified using AI, and also AI helps determine whether a particular antigen type can stimulate both humoral and cell-mediated responses. So we are very familiar with companies like Evion Biotech, which have different platforms, whether it be a bacterial or a viral antigen, where they can identify targets in less than 48 hours. So that's the R&D. We are planning to get into the AI side of things. We are looking at signing up with some companies. But predominantly, we want to the veterinary side of things, because it's very difficult to vaccinate, especially most of the vaccination programs in the animal side are to get them vaccinated, and if the duration of immunity is very less, then it means repeated vaccinations, which the farmers at some time just are fed up, and they don't even want to vaccinate their animals. Manufacturing side, as I said, we operate one of the largest manufacturing plants for both animal and human vaccines in the tight cell bioreactors, and we also have been working with immersion manufacturing activities that we do, so that every intervention is precise and every intervention is timely. And as a result of automation of some of our manufacturing, 30%. So this offers a tremendous cost advantage to us. Packaging, earlier a batch of rabies vaccine that we would make, 50 people would pack it for 5 days. So we imported 4 robots from Italy, and today the whole thing is done in 8 hours. A lot of automation in the packaging side of things as well. So delivery to the customer, especially for vaccines like rabies, is very, very important. So in supply chain also, we have employed quite a lot of technological changes in such a manner that it makes our vaccines accessible to our customers. Thank you.
Examples. I'd like to now turn it over to Sanjeev. I think, Sanjeev, one of the things that was surprising to learn is active in cell culture process development, downstream purification capability, analytical development, and even development of new medical devices. Help us understand, what is the role of innovation at BSV, and how does this play into development across your entire portfolio of...
Let me take a couple of areas where I feel that we might be able to use a much better way to progress. Period of time, and this is no longer crystal gazing, but over a period of time we should be able to do characterization data in such a fashion that we really are able to convince the regulators, and the regulator make those changes that we don't have toxicological studies and phase 1 studies required. Why should those we spend so much time and money over something which we can probably prove a little bit better through characterization data? If we're able to do that, I think we can shorten time to get those new tech biologists, I would call them, to frame the right questions. And I'll give you an example of where we sometimes struggle, and it's very simple scientific explanation. Look, one of the biggest hazards in India in diseases is dengue. Yeah, dengue is really prevalent, and it's quite lethal in a way, because you get your first infection, you might get cured, but in the second infection, it could be quite devastating. And why does that happen? Because you can have two ways of doing it. One is to find a vaccine, which I think people are trying a lot. I think you are also trying. So there is a lot of work happening there. But we still worry about the effectiveness and what could be the coverage and all, because of the kind of species and kind of... So that is one area to cover on technology. But on the other hand, can we look at the therapeutic solution? So what do we want to prevent ultimately in dengue? Get an infection, what you don't want is IgE to convert to IgG. Because once it is converted to IgG, then second time you get infected, it's going to be quite bad. So how do you intervene at that level? So how do you find those antibodies? How do you find a way to select those antibodies to intervene at the right time? What is that antigen to antibody gap that we need to fulfill to ensure that you really are able to select the right strains and intervene at a point where you don't allow IgE to convert to IgG, and you have solved the problem for most of the patients. Now, how do you use technology to find a way to really make it simpler to find the right strains to go after, and therefore find the right antigen or find the right antibody to work with? That is the solution that we need to work with. And we're trying many of these common diseases that are debilitating in society. In our labs, we're trying a lot of experiments to solve for this through technology now. Are we reaching somewhere? Probably. I think our use of technology still needs to improve dramatically more than what we do. Whatever we say about generative biology, what we said yesterday is not true. Today something more has happened. But we also lack, in a way, still the experts, biology experts who understand tech well. And therefore the framing of the questions need to be solid. So that is probably another area. So there is a capability issue that we are solving for, and there is a technology issue we are solving for, and therefore the real issue of the threat of the disease. So how do you manage to solve for all these three through technology is something we are looking for. I just gave you one example of what we are trying, but there are many more examples that we are trying right now. Let's hope that literally the technology helps us achieve some of those in a quicker time.
Excellent. Thank you so much. One of the angles that we haven't touched on up to this point in the panel is the really critical role of policy in really accelerating. As many of you are aware, India has some very progressive policies as it relates to accelerating and enabling the bioeconomy, in particular, DBT's BioE3 policy. And so I'd like to turn this last question over to Dr. Sharma. You've spoken publicly about catalyzing bioinnovation through DBT's bioinnovation policy. What is the role of your organization as it relates to the policy, and how will generative biology help NIAB to deliver progress on the main objectives for this important policy?
Yeah, great. So tomorrow, interestingly, tomorrow, the 26th of February, DBT would be celebrating its 39th Foundation Day. So, yeah, but, we are supposed to be there, but we feel biotechnology, whether we sit here and talk about it and do it, so I'm not telling that it's a foundation day. Trying to make is 39th foundation of the development of biotechnology, meaning that's the youngest technology, not even 4 decades old, But look, we are all sitting and talking about it, and friend on the left and friends on right, and people are. It was August 2024 when the Union Cabinet approved this BioE3 policy. It's a Department of Biotechnology's policy. It's bio, the biological, and E3, it has 3 arms. So we're all talking about bioeconomy, bio-based economy, and I think a bunch of us, the young lady or economy. And the second the second arm is about the environment. So there are a couple of things, like a while ago I said, One Health. It cannot happen sitting in one part of Asia, we talk about One Health, impossible. Likewise, if sitting in one part of Africa or Europe, we talk about the environment, to be a very holistic approach. So we all felt, and that's how the policy matter was written, people together. So environment. And the third one, and the most important, that is the employment. So that employment, it could be into many, many things. The moment we talk about technological revolutions, and people spoke about, inserting the AML to vaccine delivery. So the point is, it's all happening in a flanked mode. The moment high-end equipments, you name cryo-EM, you name SEM, whatever, it's true inside of the biological work. So that's the policy about. I'll take a bunch of points which are linked with it and which are linked with the whole discussion. And I'll focus mainly, there are many things. It has 6 subsectors into it, wherein smart protein-based, be it plant-based, animal-based, or, Department of Biotechnology is also planning to go for start leaving the marine sector untouched. So there is a aqua biotechnology, it's going on in a big way. There is already MOU signed with ISRO, and we are also part of it, and they want us to make a specific animal organoid and just see what exactly it happens. But if I come back to the animal biotechnology sector, which is linked with this bioeconomy, again I'll tag it, flank it in such a way, eventually our purpose is human welfare and, taking care of the food feed. And as we say, as the government of India says, 2047 Vikasit Bharat. So it's all flanking with that. I come to the animal sector, and I talk few things linked with this from my institute, the National Institute of Animal Biotechnology. So say, for example, people are there, and we're also thankful that vaccine is being produced. But what this R&D is doing, so we are working on a bunch of, new generation vaccine candidates, multi-epitope vaccine candidates, bacterial origin, viral origin, and some of the parasitic infestation. And I would just talk about some of the zoonotic ones. For example, if I talk about a pathogen which is Toxoplasma gondii, right? It is highly zoonotic pathogen, and I'll talk in a general way. Majority of the guys are staying in flat system, and most of us are pet lovers. So we do have, canines and felines with us, and this particular pathogen is flanking with the dogs and cats both. So this is the intermediate host, and if you can take care of this intermediate host by many ways, you could have a point of care diagnostics, you could have a vaccine candidates, and then reach out to friends who will upscale and bring it, or else. Like we also have another zoonotic bacterial pathogen, if I talk, that is Brucella. So the institute has generated the DIVA-capable ELISAs for proteins and peptides both. It can differentiate between the infected and the vaccinated animals. It is all linked with this policy, with the bioeconomy, eventually to really focus. Why should we really be very careful about it? Or else, if I talk about JEV, the Japanese encephalitis, see, if you can control the porcine population getting infected with this particular virus, and if you've got a way, then eventually you can really save a big population of human beings, so the pathogen is not reaching out to them, is also one way. So the sector, all the sectors are going to play an important role. And I repeat, as I said in the beginning, this is an era which has already started, the biological revolution era, and the policy is linked with that. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Thank you for that, Dr. Kumar. And so in our last few minutes, I'd actually like to pose a general question to all of the panel. So my question is, so it was just at a recent meeting where we were covering this very same topic, and one of the executives vote on generative biology, we're going to have to acquire assets to bring this technology and make best use of it across our value chain. And so I'd love to turn to each of you and ask you what key considerations this revolutionary technology. Would anyone like, oh, Marina, please.
Happy to start. I think for the most important to making sure that we can use AI in a way that is beneficial for us is having the right team in place. An extremely multidisciplinary team at Celino. My background's in physics. We have a team of stem cell biologists in oil industry working on our fluidic devices. The leader of our data and ML team comes from the drone industry, because that's an area where they've had to analyze images to search for gas and oil fields, and so highly accomplished in using neural networks to analyze images. I think the most important aspect, if you're planning to pull these technologies into your team, is to make sure that your team is equipped to use them to their fullest, and that requires having a very multidisciplinary team.
Thank you for that. Any other panelists care to weigh in? Yes, please.
No, I think, to be honest with you, for people in the biological sciences, AI and ML and all of this stuff doesn't come naturally to us, right? We're all used to lab coats and experiments on the shop floor and on the bench. So please don't think of this. Please don't think as generative biology or AI or ML as a panacea. It's not going to solve all our problems. But please look at it with very specific lens for a specific equipment or a specific research assay or a data analysis tool or something like that. Not as an overarching thing that's going to just give you a product in your hands and you can run with it. I think that's what most people think it is, and I exactly think it's not that.
Thank you so much for that, Sai. I think we also want to be careful not to feed into the hype machine and be very specific. What is transformational? What are the benefits? What is it actually doing? Because, you could turn a corner and someone's, talking on and on about how great AI is, but what is the actual benefit here? And so that's another, I think, a key piece of information I'd like to share. Any other panelists would like to weigh in on how leaders can really embrace these technologies?
So I believe I concur what he said. In addition, I come from a core animal biotechnology sector, so I would be very specific in making a mention of it, that this group of scientists is very important. And I agree, we work with the cell and molecular level, But believe me, when it comes on One Health, it's not a buzzword. When it comes on a One Health, all important things, because not only we live with them, not only we are agrarian society, we eat them as well, and none of our 4 meals are completed without animal products. So this sector is very important. And when I said none, we start with tea, coffee, finish with curd rice. So every time you have animal products. So this sector is very important. The moment we talk about, especially in the healthcare sector, if we can have the collaboration with this particular group of people or team, it'll really amplify the doing of science together in a rapid mode. This is what I feel. Thank you.
We are unfortunately, so thank you, Dr. Kumar. We are unfortunately running out of time, and so we'll need to bring this exciting panel to a close now. I wish we had more time. And so we've heard very clear examples of how generative biology is really taking steps to revolutionize manufacturing of biopharmaceuticals, the development of new vaccines, and securing greater access in developing countries, to enhancing health span, stem cell therapies, reproductive biology, scaling and production of biosimilars. And so I'd like to take a moment to really thank our panelists and you, the audience, for this lively and exciting panel, and looking forward to so much more to come. Thank you to each of you, and thank you, audience. And most importantly, thank you to the organizers, the government of Telangana, for bringing us together and for putting together a truly inspirational event. Thank you again.
Well, that was an insightful discussion. A huge thank you to our esteemed panelists and moderator for sharing their perspective on bioeconomy and generative biology. Thank you very much. And to express our appreciation, may I invite our session sponsor, Concepo representative T. Sharat Chandra, Lead Business Development and Strategic Advisory, to please join us on stage to present mementos to our panelists and moderator. I humbly request Ms. Brian Stanton to please step forward. Thank you very much for moderating the session so wonderfully. And now our panelist, Dr. Marina Madrid. Dr. K. Anand Kumar, thank you very much. Mr. Sanjeev Navangul, thank you very much, sir, for your time. Dr. G. Taru Sharma and Mr. Sai Prasad. Let us capture this moment. I request you all to please step forward. Let us have one photograph together. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to take a short break and recharge. We invite you to enjoy some refreshing tea and coffee while you network and connect with your fellow attendees. Please reconvene here at 5:55 strictly, as we have an exciting panel discussion coming up featuring some of the most prominent leaders in the industry, leaders you won't want to miss hearing from. Just to have that excitement in place, I'm an ISRO who's going to be here to share his insight. I'm sure you do not want to miss this. We'll see you at 5:55 for the speakers and the panel discussion. gentlemen, I humbly request you all to settle down, and if your colleagues have just gone to pick up a coffee or tea, I request you all to just tell them to come and join us back. We're just about to start in a couple of minutes. Thank you. Back, ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you had a refreshing break and some great conversation over tea and coffee. Take this opportunity to thank our sponsors for supporting BioAsia 2025. Our principal industry host, Amgen, Deloitte, thank you very much. Our event partners, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Department for Promotion of Industry, our CEO Conclave sponsor, Takeda, our international partner and Trade, our state partner, Government of Karnataka, our corporate sponsors and Sacharies, session sponsors, Agelicious, BCG, Ernst & Young, Concepal, Milton Yee, MSL Associates sponsors, Biological E, Bharat Serums and Vaccines, Ferring Pharmaceuticals, Roche and Sanofi. Thank you very much to our sponsors. This event would have never been possible without your support. BioAsia 2025, the CEO Conclave. To set the stage, leader whose leadership has propelled India onto the global stage in aerospace, and S. Somnath, former chairman ISRO, to share his insight today.
For this opportunity to speak in a forum quite different from mine. I have been an aerospace engineer building rockets with a bioscience, but then you will wonder that there are connects. Of course, while we make missions to the moon, of course we make connections to life, and our programs are very strongly linked to the nation.
where we look at various facts that are important for us and how space can help the nation. Has always been the agenda. I am not going into each of these topics, but we know as a country where the space domain can really help. And this has been the topic all the time, building systems for rockets, satellites, and applications. But today I thought that I will speak to you about not the technology, how it has been beneficial for the country. Some of the issues that we deal with are the SDGs, how we can address some of them through the space-based approaches in looking at measurements and building the technological capability in building sensors, satellites, and putting them up in space has been so important for us. And I will go through a little bit of them to tell you how it has been very phenomenal for a nation like us. Another important point is about the cost effectiveness, or rather return of investments that we have made in space sector. A recent study investment that you have put in India over the last so many years. We have been working in space for the last 60 years, and cumulatively for every $1 that you invested, the return of investment has been really $2.54, direct, indirect, and other forms of returns, induced ones. And for a nation where we are investing very small money in space program, this is something really huge. And look at the infrastructure that it has created in terms of the centers, the excellence, the people, and as well as the domains that it supports. For example, the communication, earth observation, strategic services, and navigation, and the launcher capability that we have built for our own use. The space application itself differs in various fields that we serve. It looks at sustainable development goals. It serves the economy in very many ways. It helps the governance. It helps disaster risk reduction. And we provide the services through various platforms, which looks at in each of them I am not going to explain, but each of these are important, and we connect to the governmental departments, state as well as central government, and deliver these services in various areas. Some of them involves natural resources mapping, for example, the cartographic data, the forest cover, the water resources, and look at agriculture, utilization of various resources, and of course, medical and healthcare aspects also. Possibly you know about moon missions much more than all that we do in applications. The missions that we've sent to the moon, the Chandrayaan 1, 2, and 3, and the successful landing on the southern pole of moon has really created such, and of course the fame that is associated with it. But more than that, I would like to stress today that though we do missions like this, the Chandrayaan 3, the Aditya, the XPOSAT, to look at various scientific aspects of it and to measure deeper understanding of the universe, equally important is to look at how this sector has been helping in application side in many ways. Looking at this, the government was very, very happy to expand our space program recently. I think the vision for 2047 has been recently unveiled. Building space stations. Yes, development goals have been set for ourselves, building heavier rockets, reusable rockets, and capabilities over a period of time. And what is very, very important for me is to tell you that the space station that we are trying to develop, the Bharati Antariksha Station, is going to help top-end research to happen in microgravity environment and in space environment. You know that when you go to microgravity environment, you can actually do better molecule synthesis, you can do material research better, you can look at accelerated behavior of many of the biological and physiological aspects that will happen in space. Possibly these are the domains that you will be happy to explore. And we are opening up this sector to each one of you one day to come and do research in such platforms. And this is something that we have started now working on very seriously. The human spaceflight program is equally important for us. The human being going and working in space in such environments, really long-term stay in space, really create the right type of atmosphere for you to do that front-end research. We do also work in various services which I mentioned. For example, the agriculture is a very important domain. We help in terms of understanding crop production, its yield. Similarly, we work on domains like fishing, for example. Based on satellite data, we can understand where the fish schools are there and help fishermen go and catch fish at substantially lower travel time and exploration that need to go around. And you understand all these are core technologies, the sensors, the instrumentation, the data analytics, all go into it in building this capability. And this is something very phenomenal, phenomenal capability that you have built, really helping a lot of people who own their livelihoods. The water, for example, for a country like India, the water quality, the water availability, sustainability is an important issue. You know that for the entire country, we have a map today which looks at how much is the water really buried deep in the earth. We have that type of mapping possible and understand where you actually drill, you will be able to get water. And this is possible from space. And equally important is to find out what is the surface water availability. For this nation, there are lakhs of water bodies and how it changes with the time, and what are the quality of the water availability, and what are the seasonal variations, and how you can improve water preservation is another area that we work with space to understand. Irrigation infrastructure is another equally important with what connected with water. You know how important it is for each one of us for survival, the control and regulation of water knowledge. Similarly, energy, you know, the solar energy, the wind energy, there is a huge amount of satellite-related mapping. Possibly the wind turbines that you install in the coastal areas of the country is based on our input, where exactly you should put so as to generate maximum power. Where exactly you should put the solar power plants to generate maximum power, looking at the seasonal variation, temporal variation of sun, wind, etc. And this is also acquired from space. We also monitor natural resources in various ways. The forests, the mineral resources are mapped using satellite data, and this is provided for decision makers to look at how they can be better utilized. And many of the geospatial data services that we worked during COVID time, for example, where the disease is spreading and how its extent of spread, etc., were mapped, and all of this geospatial data was provided to decision makers at that point in time, looking at hospitals, the infrastructure available for treatment, and how people can be moved, etc., were handled very, very successfully, not across the country, but very, very few pockets, they were very extremely successful. We can use satellite data for this purpose. We also work on disaster reduction. For example, now many disasters happen in this country. One area that you have huge drought and we have a flooding, yet another place you have cyclones happening all across the Indian Ocean regions. And all these are being monitored using satellites, and this database comes to the Ministry of Home Affairs dashboard on a regular basis. And this data is very useful for governance, administration of during disasters, post-disaster mitigation measures, etc. And this is very important capability that you have developed so as to mitigate the issues of disasters. Let me also tell you a few points before I close my presentation to tell you the technology that you have developed in space has its own spin-offs. Many of them, which includes some of the medical capability that you have developed in terms of orthopedics capabilities. We are also developing heart valves, left ventricular assist devices, materials, manufacturing processes. For even a prosthetic knee that came out of some of the work that we did in microcontrollers and robotics. And this area continues, and we are able to give some of these technologies to industries to develop faster. We also engage with healthcare in a very small manner. For example, some of the engagement that we recently had is with the AHPI, the Association of the Healthcare Providers of India, and similarly the critical care medicine team, to create some policies and approaches to minimize reducing mortality. And this actually helped in bringing down such rates at critical care areas. And we are also working with some of these agencies to look at how we can do a quality upgradation of the skills in medical side using the space technology. Possibly you know that the space domain is an unforgiving domain where you make a little bit of mistakes that you are bound to have huge issues. We also have created the early application of telemedicine and telehealthcare. much before the internet started in India, that we were having satellite-based healthcare system where the telemedicine was applied in many, many hospitals successfully in the domain of ophthalmology, cardiology, radiology, and diabetology, and many others. And we were successful in establishing these facilities across the nation using a plan and action which was very successful. Even now, our telemedicine nodes are working in remote areas and also to help the defense people. The satellite communication continues to be the backbone of telenet connectivity, but many other capabilities that we have created, for example, tele-education, mobile medical kits, trauma stations, emergency video help, etc., has been examples of successful telemedicine capability developed across the globe. On approaches, space technology can really help global healthcare areas. For example, in terms of sustainable development goals, a study done recently by the United Nations gave that the health sector can really be supported by the capability that we have in space in communication, Earth observation, navigation capability. For example, looking at the association between diseases in remotely sensing those parameters where the vector-borne diseases can happen. Look at the spatial temporal variations of climate parameters and its association with the disease spreading. Similarly, monitoring some microorganisms over a larger global level, and navigation system, GNSS services, and also use GNSS transmitters for linking, for example, flu outbreaks in human hosts. Globally, if you look at the space-derived medical technologies have made really impact. I think some of you may be knowing about it, like how the space-based robotics really helped in developing robotic treatment, robotic investigation. Sensors that we developed in space technology went into medical, for example, like the nitric oxide measurements, the cold plasma. I mentioned about the geospatial capability that was already developed, isolation techniques for people that go to space, and the physiological and biological changes that happens in space, how they link to the medical issues. We also work in data analytics, which is very, very critically linked to the genomics, and the technologies like the imaging, spectroscopy, nanotechnology, etc., comes from the space domain, where we very critically work in these domains. I think all of you work with genomics and the related medicine area, and space are very, very closely linked. We are also equally linked in the domain of AI and machine learning. I think you know that, for example, the space domain, we use huge amount of imaging, X-ray and CT scans and MRIs are not alien to space as well. We also take lakhs of X-ray images for every rocket that are being launched, and defects identification using AI tools, as we use X-rays here in medical technologies, are used in space as well. And similarly, CT scanning is one of the very commonly used technologies for us in space-based complex mechanisms and machines. But the CT system that we use are much more powerful than what we use in medical technology. Drones becomes very important. For example, recently some of the medical ambulance services that are developed for drones and the space are very strongly linked, because we are now going to have spacecrafts and space-based control of drones, looking at organ transportation, medical services delivery, medicine delivery, etc., will be strongly connected with the space sector in coming days. And let me conclude that the point which I want to tell you, that the work in space and the work in healthcare are in some way connected, because both of us are working in core scientific and technological domains. What services that we can give are through communication, Earth observation, timing services, and for experience from human spaceflight missions, where we develop technology related to microgravity, long-term exposure to space, radiation, etc. And the practice that we have in space sector will definitely help the health sector as well. So thank you so much for this opportunity to give you a brief outline of what we do in space and how it can inspire and make some headway in associating the healthcare sector with the space as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Somnath, for your enlightening and informative presentation there. Thank you very much. Now it is a privilege to welcome a globally renowned business strategist, thought leader, and mentor to some of the world's most influential CEOs. Please welcome on stage Mr. Ram Charan, business consultant, author, and a CEO coach. Sir, can we have you on stage, please?
Are you ready? How many of you believe that we will double the GDP of this nation in less than 7 years? We are committed. We make it. We deliver it. It's us. The government has given the context, the land, the help. We deliver that. This is our motto. Only people make the nation. It's up to us. So when I heard all this, I was very persuaded that I have conviction of the Telangana government, they're going to deliver it. I do. Do you have a conviction? All of us must have a conviction. Conviction and belief deliver things. So I have here 7 points. I'd like you to take home, reflect them, work with your colleagues, work with your associates. We have a strategy. We have money coming in. We have 70 or 80 companies coming in here. We have all that. But the winning is done through execution. Clear? Yes. Yes. Competition we beat via execution. If the execution is superb, we figure out if we had a wrong strategy. Clear? So point number 1. I sit on the other side of the table in the United States. In China, I'm on the board of a Chinese company. In Brazil, in Japan. Point number 1, our quality has to be better than anybody. No good quality, no good execution. Make sense? Quality gives you brand. Quality gives you better price. Quality attracts better talent. You look at Apple, quality still wins despite the Chinese. Am I clear? Learn it. Get into our DNA. You don't have to be quality expert. All of us do the quality work. Number 1. Number 2, how fast the technology changing. Our decisions have to have quality and speed. Poor speed will never get us there. Learn how we have speed and not in any way fumble and have the quality issue. These are execution pillars. Number 3 is service. We got to deliver what we promise. If the service is poor, we don't show up, we lose a lot. These are execution issues. You work that one through. Number 4, the world calculates cost. We need to have competitive costs without the subsidies. Correct? Without subsidies. Now to do that, I really want all of you to think this one through. Use the digitization. Take costs out, improve the process, increase the speed. The digitization actually has changed the money-making formula. We were trained in diminishing returns. We now have a new principle called the increasing returns. That's how Apple, that's how Amazon, that's how the Meta, all these native digital companies are on the principle of increasing returns. That is why they have a $3 trillion market value. You too can be. Learn it, go at it, figure this out. I see this in India. I'm not here very often, and I'm beginning to come. I see in all those countries, there is a big room for us to improve marketing and selling. Marketing and selling is very critical, and I see the companies, some are very good, fantastic, Dr. Reddy's, all those Lupins, Cipla. There are more companies here, and we need to put the attention on selling and marketing. I have small companies in my work here in India, and it's very difficult for them to have the selling and marketing. We are not trained, we don't get help here. If we can't sell, we can't market, we're not going to get very fair. So I'll make that point as number 5. Now, I have here 2 more points. Many of you do a great job to assume ownership and accountability. But there are some who don't. Deal with it. Deal with it. Coach them, train them, show them how to do that. If you have a team of 10 people and 2 are not doing it, the team very ineffective. Think of coaches, think of football, think of hockey, think of volleyball, think of the basketball. You only need 1 player who's not taking accountability. Put that in the execution. And the last part, no company can have speed without cross-functional teams working effectively. Look into your own companies. How good are you? You have them, you don't have them. How do you build them? And the last part of that is, don't do too many things. Focus, focus, focus. Am I clear? Yes. Can you practice this? Yes. Can you teach your people to do that? It's not simple. It requires a practice of an athlete, like we do in the Olympics. Our people are the ones who are running world's largest pharmaceutical companies. Clear? Novartis. Correct? Google. Microsoft, I know all of them. They were born here. They were educated here, just like you and I. They drink the same water, same ingredients of food. We can do it here too, couldn't we? Let's do it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ramcharan, for your valuable insight. I'm sure it was a pleasure to witness him. And now I would like all our panelists and moderators to join us as we are here for the most awaited panel discussion revolving around the topic India's Century Leading the Global Innovation Change in Life Sciences. So I would humbly request our moderator for the session, Mr. Govind Raj, founder and editor, thecore.in. Along with our panelists, I once again would request Mr. Ramcharan sir to join us as he is going to be one of our panelists, along with Dr. S. Somnath, former chairman ISRO India. I would also request Mr. G.V. Prasad, co-chairman and MD Dr. Reddy's Laboratories India, Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, founder and CEO Loris Labs India, Mr. Caesar, CCO, Novartis Singapore, along with Mr. Tucker, President and GM, Eli Lilly India, USA, to please join us in, yes, they are right here. So over to our moderator, Mr. Govind Raj. You can take it over.
No, not later. Do it later. Okay, they wanted a group photograph. I said, let's first finish what we are here to do. satisfactorily. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me. You know, I've had a very interesting journey in the last 3 weeks. I was exactly 3 weeks ago, or 2.5 weeks ago, I was interviewing the chairman of the Oil and Natural Gas Commission, India's largest oil exploration company, Arun Kumar Singh. And he was talking to me about the challenges of finding oil or discovering oil. And he said it's a 10-year process. And he was talking about deep water drilling. And then he said that while we may take 10 years, and this was in the context of patience, I mean, how long does it take to find oil? What is the effort that's required, the technological innovation, and so on. And then he said that British Petroleum, or BP as it is called, spent 20 to 30 years drilling for oil in Guyana and then found it. So he's saying that's the kind of patience it requires when you want to pursue something really big. And we are talking about oil here, which India needs because India imports almost 80% of its crude oil needs. And yesterday, I was on a discussion at NASSCOM, that's the technology forum. It was a similar CEO panel, and we were talking about artificial intelligence and agentics. And there was someone from Accenture, there was someone from a company called Fractal Analytics, Indian born, and they were saying how in many functions now, the number of people doing those functions, in some functions, has reduced by almost 20-30%. At the same time, the output has increased because people are able to parallel process. So to bring all of this to our discussion today, and you know, deep water drilling is interesting because you've just heard about space and setting a 2040 target of putting a man on the moon or a woman. And today, we were talking about the challenges of deep water drilling. So innovation is the consistent theme there. And I just wanted to mention, you know, purely by way of anecdotal history, I was in a panel on, you know, where can India go in terms of innovation and growth. This was more than 2 decades ago. But the two people who were on that panel, along with another gentleman, were Dr. Ranji Reddy, founder of Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, and Dr. K. Kasturirangan, predecessor to Mr. Somnath. So at that time too, we were talking about what could we take away from space and what could India Inc. or Corporate India learn from space. And Dr. Kasturirangan at that time gave an amazing overview. And it was not just about life sciences, there was also finance. KV Kamath was also there on that panel, and so on. So that was the background. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to ask each of our speakers to speak for about 5 minutes on the theme of leading innovation change. The original theme was global. I've been told by Mr. Prasad that we shouldn't talk about global right now. Let's first talk about where we are right now. So 5 minutes each to all of you to talk about how do we lead the innovation charge in life sciences, sitting here. And maybe the first thing you could do as you talk about this in the next 5 minutes is, in your 5 minutes, is to talk about how do we set the target? What does innovation mean and what does it not mean? And when we talk about innovation, we're talking about exponential innovation. We're not talking about incremental innovation. For many people, for example, artificial intelligence or ChatGPT or DeepSeek is exponential change in computing. Similarly, what is the exponential leap in drug discovery or products? So I'll pause here. Let's start this way and come back. So Dr. Shava, over to you.
I think it's not on.
No,
it's not on.
Is it audible now?
Yeah.
Yes.
The disruptive innovation in pharmaceutical industry is very capital and human intensive. It's not like artificial intelligence. In the Indian context, are you investing resources in the market? Nobody needs the product. Or are you investing in money and resources where people can afford? In the pharmaceutical industry, the drug discovery is very, very challenging. If you look at the big pharma, they have R&D centers across many locations across the globe. Not every center produced a drug. So they still run the centers for gaining knowledge, and they utilize that knowledge across other locations. But in Indian context, if you see, we want to do drug discovery and we have limited resources and we put all eggs in one basket, and if we fail in that, and it is a very disappointing move. Whereas the basic sciences elsewhere in the globe are well funded. Whereas in India, the basic sciences are not well funded. So it is a very challenging for any company to invest in disruptive technologies. But time has come for us to think disruptive. So as our Dr. Somnath mentioned, to escape orbit, you need escape velocity. Otherwise, if you don't have escape velocity, you will run in the same orbit, not go to a newer orbit. But I think India has come to a place to take that quantum leap, because the value of innovation doesn't change with the location where it was generated. If you provide a service, it all depends on where you provide. If you have a cab from this place to airport, it costs you $10. From JFK to Manhattan costs $50. So service is region dependent, whereas innovation is not. It is very visible, the innovation people who do in China, they are selling that at the same price what other companies are innovating in US and selling in US. So I think if you want to grow the economy faster, I think it has to be knowledge based. If you think it's only manufacturing based, I think it will take very long time for us to become a $20-30 trillion economy. I think we have to change our games, change our gear as well, speed, and think about invent rather than only manufacture. I think if you club innovation, scale, and multiply that, that's where the real value for any economy comes. I think unless we do that math, innovate and also manufacture at scale, then the economy will benefit. And also, it will, if you look at Indian healthcare system, whatever rare disease or genetic diseases, in India no disease is rare. If you look at the 1.4 billion people, every disease is much bigger than what a rare disease elsewhere in the globe. So Indian diseases or Indian rare diseases, genetic disorders need definite solutions, which has to be Indian born. Because if there are several diseases, for example, SMA by Novartis, it's a $3 million. No Indian patient can afford to give $3 million. So we need to put efforts to find solutions for Indian market. I think if you find a solution, money will come. So I think that drastic change we need to think. We need to do a quantum leap, not incremental thing.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead, Mr.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I want to thank BioAsia for inviting me to this panel, particularly as I am new to India. Just recently took on a role leading across our sites for Lilly. And this is the first time that we've actually had someone across our sites, and it speaks to the importance of India as a market for us, and it is because of the innovation that is here. As I think about pharmaceuticals and how exciting and dynamic this marketplace has been in India, from what I understand, growing from $4 billion in 2000 to more than tenfold to $50 billion by 2023. And if India wants to double that in the next 5 years, then I think it's important that we move from just volume-based growth to more of a value-based innovation. And as I think about innovation, it has to impact patients. And so at Lilly, we have a portfolio of innovative products. But what I'm most excited about is those products that can impact chronic diseases. Because innovation has to be, as we've talked about, not incremental, but exponential, a step forward. But if it doesn't impact the population, then it's hard for people to hold on to that. The other I would say is, as we think about the pharmaceutical industry and what has been happening, it's clear that we need to pivot to where the healthcare will be in the future. And that's going to be more cutting edge maybe precision medicine products, but they're going to be coming at a much faster pace. So as we talk about innovation, we also have to talk about the ecosystem for it. And where I think about that, I think about we have to have a robust ecosystem there, and it has to be a connected research ecosystem as well. I am excited about all of the investments that are happening for India for research and development. And unless we can connect those together, and coming to Hyderabad my first time, I am impressed by all of the global capability centers. We have had global capability centers in Bangalore for over 10 years. And we're opening another one here, which is focused specifically on tech and AI. Because it's that tech and AI connected to our innovation that will actually impact patients. And that's what I'm most excited about. And I hope our discussion will be how do we actually deliver innovation to patients.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Prasad.
Thank you. Am I audible? Yeah. So, I represent Dr. Reddy's Laboratories Limited here. I want to give you a little bit of history of our drug discovery efforts. We started drug discovery in 1994 for the first time in India by an Indian company. We went on that journey for about 15 years. We tasted a lot of success. We out-licensed compounds with MNCs for clinical development. But in the end, we spent about $150 million and realized that we were not going anywhere in the research that we were doing. And then we kind of wound it down around 2009-10. And after that, we looked at incremental innovation, actually taking existing molecules, making them better through formulation innovation. We got 6 products approved, and we launched them in the US. Unfortunately, we had to struggle to get reimbursement, and that whole financing was not adding up, and then we had to sell that business. And after that, we started a services company around 2000 called Origin Discovery Technologies. And that somehow morphed into a oncology research company with a fairly deep pipeline of about 10 small molecules in immuno-oncology in the clinic at various phases. And we still don't have visibility to a drug. Now, this is almost 30 years of effort. So I just want to highlight how difficult it is to innovate and innovate in a system which is very nascent in its evolution for drug discovery. And that's the reason I said it's a little presumptuous to say leading the global charge on innovation from India. It's going to happen, but not today. The other part is you asked for what could be the moonshot goal for innovation. The government has already declared this. They want to invent or discover 100 NCEs, NMEs by the year 2047. This is a stated goal now. So that itself should spur a lot of innovation. So having said that, as an industry, we are very good in process innovation, process development. We actually are leaders in API development, in generic product development, biosimilars, services, and we've really become a force in that. And we shouldn't discount that. Of course, innovation is a much bigger challenge, but I think we should be proud of what the industry has achieved in the last few decades. And certainly we are globally competitive. India is known as a reliable source for all these areas. And that is something we all should justifiably feel proud. Now, going to innovation is not a linear journey from API to generics to innovation. People say moving up the value chain, but this is not a continuous value chain. It's a very different business. The risk profile is very different. Generics, you have a large number of small bets. Each application maybe 3 million, 4 million, maybe 5 million. But for a drug to see the market, it's hundreds of millions of dollars, $1 billion plus. So it's a very different game. We can do some initial discovery, then partner, then develop. There are many ways to, get there. But no Indian company has the wherewithal financially to take a drug, discover it, and take it global across all phases of development. It's just very large financially. And a company which is, most of our companies are valued on the profits they make. And from that perspective, the more you spend on research, the less you will be valued, because nobody gives value to the pipeline in this country. Payoff is amazing. It can transform the company from where it is to multiples of where it should be, where it is. So it's a difficult challenge. It requires a lot of effort, like ability to take intelligent risks, and in spite of all that, there is a talking about this human body is not well understood. Routinely clinical trials fail. That's why they're called trials. And how many companies have the wherewithal to absorb the failure of a time to do it? India is on the rise. Financially, we are much stronger. Risk capital available. Talent is coming back, and we do need it to come back. So with all this, I think, it's a worthy of a drug in the labs in India and launching it globally. That should be the moonshot we should take. And the government. But the challenge is not in discovery, it's in development. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and a global trial.
So, let me interject a quick question before I come to Dr.
His whole story of his life. He was so passionate about drug discovery. He was a scientist. He was an entrepreneur. He had that, passion for.
So, are you saying that he did not have the same sense of concern about, let's say, quarterly results and such pressures as you have today?
No, for that he wanted to do this, take a drug from discovery to global launch. He didn't need it to be done internally. He would partner, he would do all that. Unfortunately, he didn't see it in his lifetime, and I hope I can see it.
No, I just had a presentation, but then what was missing is precisely this aspect, which I said is very important for me to tell here. The journey in space is as same as Mr. Prasad just now mentioned. Innovation, bringing it something new, looking at the failures, and then making it successful. An easy thing. For us to go and land on the moon was never easy. Okay, so great amount of resilience to handle the possibility of a failure. And possibility of the failure for us, it's very evident and very, very big. When we fail to land, and you can always criticize us and then say, yes, you did something that should not have been done. This is a huge issue. Keeping the motivation of the organization at a very peak level to do that is again a challenge. Come out of failure is always a big issue, because many a times you don't really understand what really went wrong for us. Possibly I do not know about the molecule discoveries. But then it's in such situations to come up and then succeed requires leadership, knowledge at the fundamental level, the ability to conduct research, and then keep it connected to institutions that will do support research. I will tell you that if you really want to innovate and do, maybe I'll just maybe a little bit differ from the view that is expressed that manufacturing is not very important, but innovation is important. I tell you, manufacturing is a key to help you to do innovation. Unless you create strong manufacturing base, you will not understand the trick of the trade. You need to create that strength in every sector. Let it not be in bio, but in every other domains, you need to have that strength. Many a times you need to borrow and collaborate. From our experience, I can tell you that borrowing and collaborating is a good thing to create the right type of talent and capability at home. Don't think that you will always start from the fundamentals. Don't try to do from fundamentals. You need to come on equal level with others at some point. And for us, I tell you, the ability to know about the liquid engines, doing cryogenics. We worked with others, even building satellites, we work with others to create that capability here, then make it better and cost effective at later point in time. I believe in these sectors which you are also dealing with it, bring in talents, bring in capability from wherever it is available into our society, then look at how to scale and innovate from that point onwards. Possibly that could be a step maybe to accelerate the process. You will help.
So, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, okay, well, thank you. Well, first of all,
I'll take non-pharma.
Good. First of all, I'm really just being here is a bit of a, touch yourself. It's real, right? Because it's, to be part of this distinguished panel is something that it's the first time in my career. So I really appreciate it, for the invitation, and I'm humbled by the opportunity. We need the pharmaceutical industry, we live and die by innovation. If we don't bring, new medicines to the market, that's it. So, in Novartis, we are approximately, just to give you a round number, we sell around, $50 billion in sales around the world, and we invest approximately 25% of that in research and development, right, in innovation, to bring that into the market. And the reason that I want to say this, because this is a lot, it's a lot of money, right? It's a big investment, and it also takes a long time. In some examples, we may even invest around $2.5 billion over an extended period of time without knowing if this asset will actually come to the market or not. So it's huge. And the reason that I want to share this is, how does this link to India? How does this link to the GCC here in Hyderabad, right? And it's very important because we want to find ways to first shorten the way our clinical trial programs are actually, how long they take, and also how can we reduce the investment that takes over time. What we have been doing here in Hyderabad for the last 20 years is to build a platform and an organization which actually now is exactly doing this. Through AI, we are now, the team has actually developed more efficient, and designed more efficient clinical trials so that we could actually operationalize them in a more efficient way. When we do that, we actually shorten the time, and we save, so that we can reallocate those savings into what I do. I sell them. I bring them to the market. So it's kind of like, it's all an ecosystem to actually, innovation then brings in more resources that then we can bring this asset to the market, because innovation without bringing this asset to the market to the patients who need it doesn't make an impact. And this is actually, what I feel that innovation plays a key role in the whole spectrum and environment. So, okay.
Thank you very much. I like to think outside the pharmaceutical industry, biotech, because I don't have much knowledge. So what is exponential innovation? I want you to think this way. It could be a simple idea that has exponential outcome. Otherwise, the exponential innovation will not be sustainable. It could be the same way, Dr. Somnath. It has some exponential outcome. So here, it could be a simple idea. It may look very simple. It could create an exponential outcome. So when I look at the world, Steve Jobs, iPhone, in fact, had been done before. It's in the museum. It created an exponential demand. And it changed its industry. And what I say, has it changed our lives a little bit? I'm going off the record here, but doesn't matter. I am with the CEO of Nokia, who does not see the same way. You see what happened. I'm not giving you any details on this. Shale gas, individuals' effort for years. It has changed the global disorder. It will change more as Trump is emphasizing. Somebody figured out for this space, you can have a reusable capsule that changes the whole economics of the space travel. Somebody had a simple idea to get there. Moderna makes the decision faster. I couldn't tell you I'm right, but it is doing on the digital basis. But I couldn't tell you that I'm right. I want to tell you, your point was very important, Dr. Somna, because I get to see companies that have exponential growth and what is their organization engine. So I want to give you 3 ideas of those engines. The first one and the best one between 2001 and 2016 is the Amazon, 25% per annum growth annually, sustaining. It had a very disciplined organization approach to do that. I just leave you one title, tell you what it is. They created what they call single-threaded separable teams, full-time, focusing on the task of the exponential growth. I've tried in India, one company is doing that. You can see the difference. So they have a very disciplined way to do this. Each company will have its own way to do that. And it is repetitive, repetitive, repetitive. And their part is they look at the future, work backwards. That's what I see in those companies.
Okay, let me pick up on a couple of points. So you talked about spending in research and development, and that's a big debate in India across industry, and I've been on a couple of discussions on that. So let me start with Dr. Chava, and then I'll come to Mr. Prasad as well. Why do Indian companies not spend as much on R&D as their counterparts elsewhere?
Simple answer is they don't have money. So I'll give you one simple
in
example.
relative terms, not in absolute terms.
Yeah, I'll give a simple example. We supported a IIT Bombay startup doing immuno-oncology. They had an asset CAR-T, CD19, about to go to phase 1. When we did diligence, they have filed patent only in India. They haven't filed patent anywhere else. So your value is diminished because they don't have money to file PCT in various other countries. Just they had IP production only in India. Imagine a company, pharmaceutical company, developed from lab to commercialization of CAR-T with all the global IP production. It could have been valued at $3-4 billion. A successful CAR-T CD19. Because this startup doesn't have money or ideas or visualization of the value of the asset. They didn't file anywhere else. But they were successful. We supported them in phase 1, we supported them in phase 2. They got the approval of DCJ and they launched in India. And they already have 300 treatments done. Could you imagine what the value of that company now? 1 euro is gone. Probably it could have valued $300 million. So unless you think globally, the value is diminished. So you should have a lot of deep pockets and somebody who visualizes global market and help them. So we don't have that ecosystem. Even in the universities, IITs and all, great startups. But academic environment lacks commercial thoughts. That's the difference between Europe and US versus India.
Okay. Mr. Prasad, just for the audience's information, we decided or we spoke about not talking about the government as much as possible because all the previous discussions did. So, Mr. Prasad.
I won't talk about the government, but I just see a parallel from China.
Yeah.
I'll talk about the Chinese government, so not the Indian government. So China created a very robust ecosystem for innovation. And part of that was to create a domestic market for innovative products. Reimbursement, premium pricing, a certain period of patent protection, exclusivity. And that spurred a lot of innovation And of course, they had many other things like getting talent, US trained talent back, financing, equity, risk capital, all of those. And today, I think China is number 2 in the world now, in innovation, in the short period of a decade and a half. There are lessons to learn from that. And, I certainly agree with what Satya told about innovation and how do you maximize the value of innovation. The other thing you said about R&D spent by Indian companies, it's not low by global standards. As a percentage of revenue, most generic companies don't spend more than us. Actually, we do more than global generic companies. If you compare it to the innovators like Novartis, yes, we are nothing. But that's a different business. You can't finance innovation from a generic business's profits. It's not there. And especially today with the pricing pressures in US and Europe, there's not much money left to fund our own R&D for our own core business. Now to go and fund very risky development of discovery products is a little too ambitious. This is where we need an ecosystem for financing innovation, financing long clinical trials, which can go wrong, which can fail, and that's part of the game. Clinical trials fail, and it's like the rocket engine which didn't go. The same thing happens in this thing. So in some ways we have to be accepting of failure. You have a very digital kind of a response to a failure, and the stock market thrashes you. It will be difficult to continue to invest in innovation. So that is where I think the system needs to encourage innovation.
But you say we don't treat failure well. Are you referring only to the stock market, or is it more attitudinal?
In general, bankers, investors, owners.
And you feel we've not changed over the years?
They're a little more tolerant, but not adequate.
Okay. Dr. Somnath, let me come to you. When 1957, Russia launched its first satellite. And in India, Vikram Sarabhai was one of the people who said that we should also do something like this, and that's how the space mission started. But a lot of India's space objectives have been self-set and self-created and then self-invested in terms of R&D. So tell us about that. I mean, how do we, we're talking here about saying, okay, we can't invest because we don't have, and there are pressures. If I'm a listed company, how do I plow back my money? But of course, India's space mission has always been supported by the government. At the same time, it has to justify what it is investing, because a lot of it is maybe, literally going to land up in the Indian Ocean.
See, possibly the similarity between your domain, bio domain, and space domain ends here. The investment for R&D necessarily come from governments in case of space, wherever it is. We just heard that there is a reusable rocket that came out of innovation in the US. But do you know that the money for that actually came from the government? It's not from the private investors. And this is very important for core technology areas. Unless government comes in pitches for supporting R&D and innovation, it won't take off. So at least even for space, for my sector, even the markets are governments. Okay, even up to 60-70% of the market for space is actually government usage. So and even possibly for sectors otherwise also. So moving away from many of this is not good. So government should understand that, though we decided no, we will not speak about government, but then we need to speak because some of the sectors requires that support continuously to encourage innovation and to take you to the next level. And possibly you would be seeing this in other sectors other than space. You are seeing now it in electronics. Now you are seeing it in quantum. Now you are seeing it in artificial intelligence. Now the interventions of the government is taking place in this country. So the space sector was benefited by the approach because of there was leadership, which showed that it's very important for government to invest in it. Unfortunately, for sectors like electronics, chip manufacturing, there were no leadership to give you the direction to do that in this country. So we are lacking in that area. Possibly similar other sectors, if you really look at it, is precisely because the vision and leadership in people from the technical side was not visible and available for helping governments to take that step forward. I think this is very crucial. Find out those are the people who are possibly sometimes in industries who will be able to help and mark governments to create that investment opportunity.
So let me ask you for an example from your career specifically of an instance where you were constrained by resources and you did something, and you and your team did something, and the opposite example where you tried to do something but could not because again you were constrained by resources.
There were many cases. I think this forum is not good for telling all the real stories. But then,
just two.
But then, like successes, there are missed opportunities everywhere. There are missed opportunities. So possibly you will also see that stories in many other sectors. But then let us not worry about the missed opportunities. But what you can do in the future, as Mr. Amcharan said, that spending what you didn't do is not important. What you want to do in the future is more important. And for that, let us plan. For example, for any technology-linked programs, I think the right approach is to create a conducive environment of research and industry collaboration. For us also, that was missing. For example, in space sector, you will see I don't have a good company, aerospace company in India, for example. Why we didn't create an aerospace company where there are global aerospace companies, Airbus, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, McDonnell Douglas, they're all there, but there is no company in India. Where we missed. Though HAL is there as a publisher undertaking, they didn't go up to that level. So there is a reason behind it. And now we need to make the correction. So we identified this as a potential area. We need to create globally competent aerospace company in India. This is one of the goals. And government needs to invest to create a company in aerospace. So this is at least this is an understanding now with all the people. I think these are the things which you should.
So, but you're saying that at that time, this was a policy failure, that not thinking of, let's say, pushing a private sector entry into.
No, it has many reasons. It's not policy failure. See, understanding the sector, for example, aerospace and defense were considered to be a protected sector once upon a time.
Sure.
And we now realize there is no reason to consider it as a protected sector because it has dual use. Space has dual use. It can be used for war, it can be used for peace. So it was so much protected. Today we realize that it is an economic power. You have a satellite system, communication capability, it gives you an edge. And it's very important to bring in private investment in this, and to create scaling up will happen only in private. So this realization has come only very late. I think this is something which actually we missed an opportunity long back.
And anyone wants to weigh in on this? Dr. Chau?
I think, see, there are a lot of missed opportunities, but we should think progressively. If you look at country is doing good and companies are also doing good. I'll give our own example. We are a 20-year-old young company. So what we invested in first 15 years, we invested in the last 5 years in capex. But many people don't like our capex modality. So they think we are crazy. We're investing 20% of revenue in capex. Nobody likes except we. And when we do our math, so what we invested in 20 years, we are going to invest in next 5 years. See, we are talking about getting opportunities and capturing opportunity. See, to capture opportunity, we need to put money on the ground, whether in research or in manufacturing and all. Unless you put money, so you can't increase prices. Everybody is looking at cost effectiveness, so the prices are going down. Unless you make more, effectively couple that with innovation. See, money people have knowledge. Unless you overlap, you're not going to sustain. So the bigger the overlap of manufacturing and knowledge, that's the success for us. So we are trying to overlap massive investments, that's a deterrent, and massive investments in R&D, that is also deterrent. To couple those to make a competitive advantage. That's what we're doing. So I think what we miss, if you think seriously and put efforts, I think we can realize in the near term.
So, can I add on to this?
Yes, please.
I think we're talking about innovation, which really takes focus over a long period of time. And There is the challenge because it takes capital to be able to do that. I work for a large company, one of the most valuable healthcare companies, and we focus in some specific areas. That allows us over the long term to invest there. But I will say it comes back to it. I don't want to talk about the government, but I want to talk just in general, that there has to be then a marketplace for that innovation. And I think that's what we're talking about, is that challenge between investment over the long term for focus without a marketplace which then can adopt that innovation. And that's one of the things we're most excited about, is how do we bring that innovation in a way that it can impact the marketplace.
So what are the, I guess, the opportunities of this current age is technology, and I think both Tucker and Cesar have talked about, how your own global capability centers are using AI, for example, to accelerate that innovation. So the question now is, I guess, we've missed the bus in some ways, and we've talked about that, but is there an opportunity to leapfrog, including for Indian companies, using, let's say, artificial intelligence or machine learning in its most sophisticated version as could be used by the life sciences industry? So let me get both of your views, and then I'm going to come to the others. Cesar, you want to start off?
Yes. Well, I mentioned it, right? Yeah. It's clearly, if you want to leapfrog, is...
And if you could illustrate that as well. I mean,
I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
One of our major assets, it's inclisiran for acute coronary artery disease, and it's a major, clearly a healthcare, a malady. And the team in India, here in Hyderabad, design a clinic, was crucial in the designing of the clinical trial, which involved, to recruit 14,000 patients in a specific period of time. Normally, if we would not have used AI, the process would have taken, X number of years, but the team, because of the use of this technology, were able to reduce the time that the patients were actually recruited, because they were able to identify those centers ahead of time who would be more efficient in bringing in those patients into the right patients to the trial. Normally, in a trial like this, you would have approximately 1,000 patients who were wrongly selected. And this is a huge cost and time. Because of AI, the team was able to only miss 13 patients. And that's amazing. And this is the work that the team here in Hyderabad has done. So we have shortened the time to complete that clinical trial and recruitment, but at the same time we have saved significant funds.
Okay, Winslow?
Yes. I think what I would add on to that is that
and an example would be useful here.
I'll give you a good example. We've been using our capability center in Bangalore to help us with the development and also registration of our products globally, and cutting down the time that we do that. Now, one thing we are looking to do, and I said earlier, we want to bring innovation at the same time as we do in developed countries. We actually want to bring our innovation all around the world and simultaneously, which is very difficult. And so our investment in Hyderabad in our capability site is all about tech and AI, because only tech and AI can allow you to interact with government agencies worldwide and cut that time. So what I would say is India is in a really great place. As I see all of the investment in global capability centers, that's going to bring in a focus, and all of them are collaborating and making this ecosystem that allows us to be successful. But I think that also allows India to build those kinds of capabilities that can be shared throughout the sector, not just for us, but also the entire sector, and that becomes more continuous. So.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, you wanted to?
Yeah, I only have 2 points. I totally concur with Dr. Somnath. It is the leadership. I think you all agree. Now, I do want you to think about innovation. We talk technology-driven. We also have innovation in business models. And they can be very powerful. We have tons of examples. IBM had all kinds of software people They became number one in personal computer and then missed the whole thing. And who won? Nobody. Never heard of him. Broke. Walked 12 miles to get a decent meal in a week. Figures it out. HP missed that. It's leadership. They have to see that. But you got to see innovation more than just technology driven. It could be in any area, so to speak. Don't discard the business model, because in my work outside pharmaceutical, I'm dealing with the shift in the business models by industry, by companies, because the application of AI is changing the business models. If you don't deal with it, you may be at a disadvantage.
Okay, so I'm going to come for views from Mr. Prasad and back to Mr. Chava. I'm going to keep some time for questions, so just keep your questions ready if you have any. Not right now, I'm going to come back. Okay. Yeah, yes, Mr. Prasad.
Are we talking about AI? Yes.
I think the question is really, can we leapfrog? I mean, we started out by saying we want to go somewhere in innovation.
Yeah, we can leapfrog, but AI may not be the only tool out there. It's certainly a game changer, it's certainly a force multiplier, but we still have to have the deep science, the biology, the way biology is evolving today. That's mind-blowing. You know, it's actually a convergence between AI as the deep science. If you put all that together, there's an opportunity to really innovate faster. But you know, it's like still finding a drug is like finding a needle in a haystack. Now you can do a lot of haystacks with all the tools that we have. Will it increase the probability of finding the needle? This is a question I don't know the answer to that. But I certainly think if you focus, if you invest over a decade, we can catch up like China has shown us. And for that, you need to have the right financial incentives. China had a good home market. We need that. We need premium for innovation. That's how you drive innovation, by, you know, big payoff for innovation. If we don't have that payoff, you know, we'll have to rely on the global markets, and to develop a drug from all the way from the lab to global markets is a huge task for any Indian company. So you have to be creative, find partnerships, financing, you know, opportunities, options, all of that, which makes the task even more harder. So I think the best way for Indian companies is to innovate for India and then take it global once you have established that. And I think, you know, that could be a model. But unfortunately, we don't have a very strong, powerful local market for innovation. Creating that could be one solution. The other solution is for individual companies to build global partnerships and, you know, share the risk and the reward.
I'm going to come to you, Dr. Chava, but when you say the local market is not strong enough or willing enough, are you saying it sort of equating it to per capita income, because we are at $2,200?
Pricing, for example. You know, if you price a pill at 500 rupees, nobody's going to like it. But how do you innovate when you spend so much money to develop a drug, take the cost of failures, all of that? And that's the challenge for Indian companies.
Okay.
I do want to tell you what I know about your industry, even though I'm not in it that way. The business model of the pharmacies in America is now under radical change. Both of these large companies, Walgreens and CVS, they're going through a very tough time. Second, the intermediary PBM is under attack. If the cost at the pharmaceutical company was $100, the customer was paying somewhere $300. This is going to go through radical change. I may be using the wrong numbers, but it is here. And so your drugs have to get to the consumer. So look at the whole value chain and say, what does it mean? Innovation here may not reach there, and vice versa. So I watch that from a different angle. Look at the whole chain. Is the consumer patient getting what needs to be gotten at right kind of prices and so on?
Okay, I'm going to come back to you. Or actually, yeah, 4 or 5 questions, but I'm going to take questions together. Yeah? Okay, go ahead. Very short, please. Huh?
There's no mic.
Can you introduce yourself?
We work on two. One is on the management side, we're working with corporates, and other on the rare health diseases side on the public advocacy. Having said that, one of the things when we are speaking on innovation, this is centric to India, and data of people on diseases is not available. Or if you have right data for Indian country, then a lot of innovation things can be put in India which will be beneficial to the system, where cost, everything can happen. Since we work on the public advocacy space, we don't have the right data to work on.
So you're saying that if we fix or get better at mining our own data, then we can be...
Of Indian citizens across...
Got it, okay.
Data registry.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Hi, Sid Jandiala here. I'm from America, from Boston, fully educated there. My question is, why isn't there a very similar kind of structure like the NIH that has grant funding for academia, where a lot of the assets are being generated in academia and then licensed by pharmaceutical companies? What is the limitation for having that same kind of ecosystem here, where a lot of the universities are doing that basic level deep science research and then being able to provide those assets to pharmaceutical companies here to license and then commercialize?
Okay. Yeah. Anyone else on this side? Yeah.
My name is Rajiv from eBay. I think technology seems to be a mantra. So basically, it helps companies do things more faster, which means it would be leaving money on the table. So my question to the esteemed panelists is, do you think Indian companies should think of investing heavily in technology, especially areas like R&D, manufacturing, quality, where it might allow companies some more money on the table to innovate?
So you're saying that the Indian companies don't invest in technology sufficiently?
No, I don't say that. Maybe probably look at it differently, maybe a faster adoption in these areas.
Got it. Okay, yeah.
My name is Anand Govindaluri. I'm a venture capitalist in life sciences companies. I've invested in more than 70 life sciences companies across the globe. My question is, why aren't there life sciences venture capitalists with subject knowledge, subject expertise in India? Where are they? Second point is, why are the big corporates with a market cap of 20,000 to 80,000 crore, why aren't they setting up corporate VCs like what we see in the West? And sorry, I'm asking you one more question. I shouldn't be asking that, but the key point for innovation is the ability to have skilled managers of science. What India has done is we have produced good scientists. We have not produced good managers of science. What West has done is they have produced excellent managers of innovation and science. So what are we doing to do that? Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Yes.
I'm Shastri from Pharma Synergies. Can you hear me?
Yeah, louder.
Traditional medicines, especially from herbals, you get a lot of 40% of the drugs used in the synthetic or semi-synthetic.
A little louder, please. I can't hear you.
Traditional drugs, 40% of the herbals are used as drugs. From the traditional drugs, you start innovation. Maybe the clinical trial life cycle management, the innovation cost may come down.
Got it. Okay. Okay. Let me get some answers now. So, one of the points, let me come to maybe Winslow on data. I think there was a question about data and are we mining? And this is something that I've heard elsewhere too in different contexts, that in India we are not sufficiently mining the data that is within our own enterprises and for that matter even society at large. The other point is of course the academia part, and I'll let Mr. Prasad and Dr. Sharma answer that. And then the point about skilled managers of science, which is a very interesting question, because I think we talked about this, about ISRO has always been headed by engineers and thankfully not bureaucrats. So, and you can see the advantage of that. So let's start with the academia part. And do you want to go first, Mr. Prasad? And
what's the question on academia?
So the question is, I think that is there sufficient, why is there not sufficient linkage between academia, funding for academia, and then business?
So certainly there is an opportunity here. There are a few excellent academic institutions doing amazing work. Many of them are doing basic research, not as much applied research. Also, there's no ecosystem where academics can become entrepreneurs. And these are things we can improve. But I was very impressed with some of the work that's going on in academic institutions like IIT Chennai, the Brain Research Center, for example. At some point, it will find application, but they're really doing an amazing job of bringing engineering and biology together and doing it for the first time in the world. Really impressive work. So there are examples, but we must do it at scale. Yeah, I had a question, I had an answer on the training of managers managing science. I think the Indian PhD system trains people to solve problems and solve them well. And Indians are very good at solving problems once the problem is articulated. But imagining the problem to be solved is something we must get better at. I think if we do that, I think we'll have much more creativity in our academic institutions.
Okay, good point. Dr. Java?
I think when it comes to industry, academia collaborations, I think it is happening, but it is not happening the way the Western universities and industry collaborate, where the basic sciences are nurtured in the universities and applied research is done by the industry. I think time has come for us to lead, not follow. I think if you follow, you will always follow. I think we should also look at the therapy areas or modalities where the big global companies are practicing in the last 2-3 years, not to try to reverse engineer what they have done 20 years back. I think we should lead rather than follow. Then that should start from universities and also supporting universities, taking their knowledge and then exploiting their knowledge for commercial use.
So the other point was about the venture capital system, investing in other companies. So I think both of you do it in some way or the other. So do you want to weigh in on that?
I think it's very obvious. India has only risk and capital. We don't have risk capital. These two are very separate.
Yeah.
So unless we have risk capital, I think it's very difficult to put money into the innovation. Yeah,
I agree with that. We invest, but we invest only after seeing human proof of concept, which is not risk at that time, which is less risk at that time.
But what stops you? Okay, now, I mean, I can guess what stops you, but I think his question is, could there be a more robust and vibrant venture capital system funded by companies like yours?
So in India, we don't get valued for our pipeline, our intellectual property, the future cash flows, but unless they see a real business model with predictable cash flows, financial institutions don't invest. And that is where I think the West, you have a lot more access to risk capital. There are a bunch of VCs, there are a bunch of private equity players with huge amounts of money available. And I think that's basically what we lack in this country. And once we have that, I think that will also spur innovation. It spurred innovation in the IT sector, in the space sector. In Hyderabad, there are space companies now being funded by private equity. So it will happen. I'm sure it will happen.
Caesar and Winslow, what's your experience in sort of funding external innovation?
That I am sorry, but I cannot answer that. But I want to pick up on the academic and in the talent, because if you listen to our CEO and the interview that he did in Forbes India over a year ago, and last week, Shriram, our president of global development, they are super excited about the level of talent that we have in India, and also super excited to continue to enhance the academic collaboration. So we feel that this is one of the strongest pillars that the Indian market actually has to offer. The people, the talent that is in this country is actually amazing, and I just can't. I don't stop hearing about it within our own senior leadership. So I think there's a lot of excitement there that we also feel proud.
And if I could add on to that, I think with all the global capability centers, there's an opportunity to connect academia with those centers to make sure that the skill sets that are being developed are for that next level of innovation. And so I know that it's happening, but I think there's a broader way that we can do that as well.
Okay, so we're going to head for a sum up in a moment. But any more last questions? Yes. You're too far back. You'll have to come up from the front. I see you there, but you're too far back. Yeah, very quickly, please. Yeah.
Am I audible? Yeah. So I'm Mayur Raval. My question is, we see a lot of products, biopharma products, that are on the price side, on the very higher side. If I consider local Indian population, then this innovation, how much time would it take to reach this innovation of biopharma to general public?
Okay, we're going to sum up. I'm going to start with you and go this way. So about a minute. So we started out by asking the question about can India or India's century leading innovation charge in life sciences. So we've talked about 2 or 3 things. We've talked about the raw material, we've talked about what we have and what we don't have, and there are some serious issues on policy support, on capital. So those are the problems. We've identified the problems. We've also seen the opportunities, including those offered by technology, including what you're doing right here in India.
Yes.
So if you were to look at all of this and also look at some of the questions that have come in, how would you sum up this challenge of leading the innovation charge, the topic for today?
Well, thank you. I think, what comes to mind immediately is you need to build on your strengths. And those strengths are clearly in the technology, in the talent, in the people. So if we actually take it from there, I think there's a lot of things could be done, moving forward. So build on those strengths that are already in the foundation.
Okay, Mr. Chairman. Okay, yes. You'll come back? Yeah. Dr. Somnath?
Okay. I believe there is a huge opportunity in front of us. There is no doubt about it. As already mentioned, there is the right type of talent, the right type of entrepreneurial spirit slowly developing. What exactly we lack are the points that you just mentioned, that many a times the real innovations are supported by government policies. One, interventions of the right type of policy and government support is needed. Second, of course, you mentioned about the academia industry connect. Though there are examples as mentioned, the real connect is still missing. Okay, the academy is not really contributing into translational research which will leave light to products. Many a times the whole of the academy is focused on research outcome into publications but not into the product design development. This is one of the issue here. We need to address this. Then the industry should see the benefit in taking that input to convert into product. Then they will be happy to support the R&D activity, which is still not happening. Many a times academics are supported more by PSUs or public sector undertakings or governments and not by industries in a big manner in this country. This need to change. Also, there is a need that the fundamental research happens in academia and the entrepreneurial spirit of those people is not encouraged today. And this also need to be done through a regulatory change or policy change where the
entrepreneurial approach of academic people to go into, go into industry must be encouraged, which is happening now. At least I could see about countable number of people doing it with great risks. But this must become an encouraging, a very, very highly encouraged activity. Possibly in my domain, from people from ISRO should also be allowed to start an industry, So why not?
You'll find funding in this room, I can assure you.
Yes, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Prasad.
So I'm very optimistic. I'm optimistic because we have done well in the basic businesses of API, generics, services. And while we are serving innovator customers, we are also learning. So we're learning as we are earning. And we're using all that, we can use all that knowledge to go and innovate, and it's going to happen. You can already see a few green shoots. The 3 products last 1 year that have been done by Zydus, Vocart, and Orchid. They're in the market now. So you need one big win to create that positive spiral of many companies jumping in, as well as risk capital coming in, and we're waiting for that one big moment. But I'm certainly very optimistic that Indian companies can and will innovate and become a force in the next 10 years.
And your biography will be the finished agenda, not the unfinished agenda.
I hope so.
Winslow?
I'll keep my comments very quick. I also am very excited because I think we're in a moment in time where you're converging on all of this investment. I think it's setting up an ecosystem. I will say, though, that while we didn't talk about government, there's an opportunity. There have been some strategic policy and regulatory changes, which I think those are required as well to make sure that that innovation can take hold. But I am very excited.
What's an example of what regulatory change that you
A couple, I'll give you just 2 quick ones. One is that if we want to talk about having research and development, it is a competition for trials around the world in my business. And so if it's not easy to start up trials, they will not start in India. The second is, as I said, we want to launch everywhere at the same time. Bringing innovation means that it has to be easy from a regulatory process so innovation can get to patients.
Thank you. Last word.
I think, as Mr. Prasad mentioned, there are a lot of people sitting on the fence right now to invest in this risky innovation or not. But India has a lot of entrepreneurial spirit. If there are major successes, I think there will be a bunch of people who wanted to take that risk and invest. I think we are at the finish line now. People will definitely invest in that.
Right, and I think all of you are well positioned and poised to take us over that finishing line. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you.
Wow, that was a truly engaging session. A huge thank you to our esteemed panelists and moderator for their perspective on India's leadership in global life sciences. It was quite an interactive session. To express our gratitude, may I invite on stage Mr. Shakti Nagappan, Director, Life Sciences, Government of Telangana, to please join us on stage to present mementos to our panelists and our moderator. I would request Mr. Shakti to please hand over the memento first to Dr. S. Somnath. Sir, thank you so much for being over here to make BioAsia 2025 Day 1 so special. Thank you very much. Mr. Ram Charan, thank you so much, sir, for being here. Next up, Mr. G.V. Prasad, sir. Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank Dr. Satyanarayana Chava, sir, for being a part of this discussion. Mr. Caesar, thank you very much, sir. And Mr. Tucker, thank you very much, sir, for being a part of this discussion. Let us capture this moment, one photograph together. And of course, yes, our moderator for today, Mr. Govind Raj. Thank you very much, gentlemen. As As we conclude an insightful and dynamic first day of BioAsia 2025, we extend our sincere gratitude to our esteemed speakers, panelists, and moderators for today. A special mention and a shout out to our sponsors for their unwavering support. Today's discussions have provided a valuable insights into the advancement of shaping life sciences, and the collaborations formed here will play a key role in driving the future of healthcare. But this is just the beginning. Tomorrow, day 2 of BioAsia 2025 begins at sharp 10 a.m. with a power-packed lineup of sessions, thought-provoking panels, and impactful keynote addresses. We invite all of you to please join us. We continue exploring the next frontiers of healthcare innovation at the day 2 of BioAsia 2025. Now, before we wrap up for the day, we welcome you all to join us for the networking reception. An excellent opportunity to all of you to connect, exchange ideas, and build meaningful collaborations in an informal setting. Thank you very much. You are a wonderful set of audience. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.